Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Have you ever looked around and felt like everyone was playing a part? I know I have. People wear masks every day, pretending to be someone they're not. And for the longest time I struggled to see through it all. But once I learned to really pay attention to the subtle signs, the unguarded moments, the things people say when they think no one's watching, it felt like unlocking a hidden superpower. I could finally see people for who they truly are, not who they want to appear to be. These insights transformed my relationships, giving me a deeper, more authentic understanding of everyone around me. Here are 9 powerful ways I learned to read people without them even knowing, and I promise, once you see these signs, you'll never look at people the same way again. 1. Watch how they treat people in lesser positions. I once had a work friend who seemed like the nicest person in the world, always kind, funny, and respectful. We clicked right away, and I thought I had a great ally in the office. One day we went to lunch together, and I saw a completely different side of him. The moment we sat down, he snapped his fingers to get the waiter's attention and barked his order without even looking up. He was short, dismissive, and treated the staff as if they were beneath him. I felt uncomfortable, but I also felt like I had learned something important. In that moment, I realized that true character is shown not by how someone treats those on their level or higher, but by how they treat those they consider beneath them. This realization has stayed with me ever since. The way people treat waitstaff, janitors, or anyone in a lesser position can be a crystal-clear reflection of their character. It's easy to be kind and polite when you're dealing with someone you want to impress. But when there's no incentive, no one to impress, and no social reward for kindness, people's true colors often show. Stoicism encourages us to observe these small, telling moments without judgment, helping us understand the person behind the facade. Over the years, I've come to view these interactions as a powerful test of character. If someone is consistently respectful to everyone they meet, regardless of status, I know they're genuine. They value others for their humanity, not their position. But if they're dismissive, condescending, or rude to those they consider beneath them, it's a red flag. This behavior tells me they only put on a pleasant front when it benefits them. It's calculating, not genuine. I now pay close attention to these signs in my relationships and interactions, and they've saved me from disappointment many times. If someone treats the cashier, the janitor, or the waiter with respect, that's someone I feel comfortable investing my time and energy in. Conversely, if they're dismissive, rude, or entitled, I take it as a warning. In a way, this observation has become my own silent test for authenticity. It's a small but significant detail that reveals the truth about who people really are, a truth they may not even realize they're showing. 2. Body language. During moments of vulnerability. I once had a friend who was always the epitome of confidence. No matter the situation, he seemed unshakable. But one day, during a tough conversation, I noticed subtle shifts in his body language that revealed something deeper. He crossed his arms tightly across his chest, avoided eye contact, and tapped his fingers on the table. I realized that he was feeling exposed and vulnerable, and his body language betrayed the nerves he was working so hard to hide. Observing these moments has taught me how much people's bodies can reveal, especially when they're feeling uncomfortable or insecure. We're all wired to respond physically to stress, and our bodies often betray us in these vulnerable moments. Stoicism teaches us to observe these signs with calm curiosity, avoiding judgment, and instead seeking to understand what might be going on beneath the surface. This insight has helped me connect with others on a deeper level, seeing beyond their words and paying attention to what their bodies are really saying. When I see someone fidgeting, crossing their arms, or avoiding eye contact, I take it as a cue to approach the conversation more gently, acknowledging the discomfort they may be experiencing. It's a way to build trust, showing them that I'm not here to judge, but to listen. And I've noticed it in myself too. If I find myself crossing my arms or tapping my foot, it's a signal that I'm feeling uneasy, even if I'm not consciously aware of it. This awareness has become a powerful tool for understanding myself and others more deeply, allowing me to respond to people's needs with empathy rather than assumptions. Body language is a fascinating window into our unspoken emotions, and paying attention to it has changed the way I communicate. By recognizing these small cues, I'm able to see beyond what people are saying, understanding what they're truly feeling. It's a skill that brings clarity to my relationships, helping me connect with others in a more genuine and empathetic way. 3. Their past is the key to their present. I had a friend who seemed incredibly defensive, often reacting strongly to situations that didn't seem to warrant such intensity. For the longest time, I thought that was just who he was. But as I got to know him, he started sharing parts of his past, stories of betrayal, abandonment, and difficult relationships. Suddenly, his behaviors made perfect sense. Stoicism teaches us to approach others with understanding, looking at them objectively, rather than jumping to conclusions. In this case, it allowed me to see my friend's defensiveness as a protective response, a shield he'd built over years of hardship. It made me realize that people's reactions are often influenced by experiences we may not even know about. Someone who's overly cautious or closed off in relationships might be carrying the weight of past betrayals. A person who overreacts to criticism could be reliving the insecurity they felt from being judged harshly as a child. Understanding that people are shaped by their past helps us approach them with more empathy. Instead of taking their behavior personally or assuming it's just who they are, we can consider the unseen experiences that may be influencing their actions. This perspective has shifted how I approach my relationships. If someone seems overly guarded or quick to anger, I remind myself that it might not be about me or the present situation. It could be an echo from their past, a reflection of unresolved pain. By viewing people through this lens, I'm able to approach them with greater compassion, understanding that their actions often stem from places of hurt rather than ill intent. This isn't about making excuses for harmful behavior, but about seeing people more fully. Our pasts shape who we are, often in ways we don't fully realize. When we acknowledge this, we become more forgiving, both toward others and ourselves. Stoicism encourages us to observe life as it is, and understanding the impact of the past on the present is part of seeing clearly. This perspective helps me foster healthier, more understanding connections with others, seeing their struggles and strengths with empathy. 4. Inconsistencies in their stories. I once worked with someone who loved telling stories about their life, adventures, achievements, and all the wild twists and turns. But over time, I started noticing small details in their stories that didn't add up. One day, they'd say something happened in 2018, and then the next time they'd say 2019. At first, I chalked it up to memory slips, but the more I listened, the more I noticed these little inconsistencies. Eventually, I realized there might be more to it. Stoicism teaches us to approach these moments with curiosity rather than suspicion, giving people the benefit of the doubt while observing patterns. I didn't confront them directly, but I began paying closer attention. Sure enough, their stories continued to shift, suggesting that they were either embellishing the truth or perhaps even creating stories to impress others. This experience taught me a valuable lesson about the power of observation. People often reveal more about themselves than they realize through the little details. Inconsistencies can be signs that they're adjusting the truth, maybe to avoid embarrassment, boost their image, or hide something they're not ready to share. It's a subtle but telling behavior that can give you insight into their authenticity. Now, I listen for these clues without jumping to conclusions. If I notice someone's story changes each time they tell it, I take it as a reminder to stay grounded in my perceptions. I may not always know the full story, but these inconsistencies remind me to look beyond appearances, listening carefully for the truth. Sometimes, what people don't say, or what they change, speaks louder than their words. 5. Emotional reactions reveal priorities. During a team meeting once, I saw a side of a colleague I'd never seen before. He was always so calm and collected, but that day when someone suggested a minor change to a project he was leading, he suddenly snapped. His reaction was intense, almost defensive, over something that seemed trivial. Later, I realized that this project wasn't just work for him, it was personal. It reflected his creativity, his effort, and his values. His reaction was a signal that this project held deep meaning for him. This experience made me realize that our strongest emotional reactions are often tied to our core priorities and values. Stoicism teaches us to view emotions as signals rather than flaws, helping us understand people's true motivations. Now, when I see someone react passionately, whether in anger, excitement, or frustration, I ask myself, what does this mean to them? People may not openly share their values, but their emotions can reveal what they hold closest to their hearts. This understanding has changed how I approach relationships. If someone reacts strongly to a suggestion, critique, or compliment, I know it's because it touches something important to them. By respecting these moments, I'm able to show empathy and build deeper connections. I also use this insight on myself, reflecting on my own strong reactions as indicators of my priorities. This perspective has made my relationships more fulfilling, as I'm better able to see what truly matters to others and communicate my values as well. 6. The Tell Me More technique. I was once in a debate with a friend about a silly topic, whether pineapple belongs on pizza. I was ready to counter every point he made, but instead of arguing, I said, "Tell me more." What happened next surprised me. Instead of defending his pizza preference, he started talking about childhood memories, family dinners, and even a funny story about why he disliked pineapple as a kid. The conversation went from light-hearted banter to a deeper connection, all because I chose to listen instead of argue. This experience taught me the power of asking people to elaborate without judgment. Stoicism emphasizes understanding others without attachment or interruption, creating space for them to reveal themselves. Since then, I've used the tell me more technique in so many different settings: debates, negotiations, and even casual conversations. It's a simple way to understand people's motivations, insecurities, and dreams. The beauty of this technique is that people often reveal far more than they intend when they feel truly heard. By staying calm and encouraging them to talk, I learn about their inner worlds without pushing or prying. This has become one of my favorite ways to connect with others because it allows them to feel seen and valued. The tell me more approach isn't just a conversation tool. It's a way of showing empathy and curiosity, helping me see people as they are and fostering trust. 7. Sudden tone changes. Signal. Lies or hesitation. I had a co-worker who was usually smooth and confident, always delivering his words with charm. But one day, while discussing a deadline, his tone suddenly shifted. His words slowed down, his voice dropped, and he even stammered a bit. It was so unusual that I immediately sensed something was off. Later, I found out he hadn't made any progress on the project he claimed to be on top of. His tone change had been the telltale sign. This experience taught me how much a person's tone of voice can reveal, even more than the words they use. Stoicism encourages us to observe these subtle cues with a calm, objective eye. I didn't confront him right away. Instead, I noted the shift and took it as a clue to listen more closely. Since then, I've learned that tone changes can indicate more than lies. They can reveal discomfort, hesitation, or a struggle within a conflict. Now, I pay close attention to sudden shifts in tone. Whether someone's voice drops, speeds up, or becomes unusually cheerful, it often signals that there's something beneath the surface they're not sharing. This observation helps me navigate conversations more effectively, allowing me to understand what people are really feeling. It's a subtle yet powerful way to gain insight, often saying more about a person's truth than their words ever could. 8. Avoidance of certain topics. I once had a friend who would always dodge any mention of his family. If anyone brought it up, he'd quickly change the subject or make a joke to deflect. Over time, I realized this avoidance wasn't just a quirky habit. It was a way of protecting himself from uncomfortable emotions or memories. Stoicism teaches us to observe these boundaries with respect and curiosity, understanding that people often avoid topics because they hold unresolved feelings or personal insecurities. Since then, I've paid attention to what people consistently avoid discussing, whether it's family, money, or past relationships. It's a subtle clue about their values, priorities, or even pain points. When people avoid certain subjects, they're often signaling a need for privacy or a lack of readiness to confront those issues. By recognizing these boundaries, I'm able to show respect and understanding, connecting with people in a way that feels safe and supportive. This awareness has changed how I approach sensitive topics in relationships. I don't push people to discuss things they're not comfortable with, but I take note of the avoidance as a clue about their personal world. These off-limit subjects often carry more weight than we realize, revealing unspoken parts of someone's identity. Recognizing this allows me to better understand and respect others, fostering a more compassionate and thoughtful approach to my interactions. 9. Most honest moments are when they think no one's watching. I had a manager who was the picture of professionalism and support when our higher-ups were around. But as soon as they left, she became someone else, snapping at the team, showing zero respect, and even making condescending remarks. This taught me a powerful lesson. People's true character often emerges when they believe no one's watching. Stoicism reminds us that genuine virtue isn't dependent on an audience. It's about being consistent, no matter who's around. Since then, I've looked beyond people's public personas, observing how they act in quieter, unguarded moments. Those moments, when there's no one to impress, reveal more about a person's values and integrity than any grand gesture or public statement. I've noticed this in romantic relationships too. In the early days, people put on their best selves, but over time, it's those unobserved moments that show who they really are. When I see someone who's kind, respectful, and patient, even when they're alone or with people they think don't matter, I know they're genuine. Conversely, if they're only nice when it serves them, it tells me their kindness isn't authentic. It's performative. Stoicism teaches us to value these consistent actions as a measure of true character, aiming to live in alignment with our values at all times. Observing others in their unguarded moments has helped me understand them more deeply and reminds me to live authentically myself. Mastering the art of reading people is like having a key to unlock deeper, more genuine connections. By paying attention to subtle cues and unguarded moments, you can see beyond the surface and truly understand those around you. These 9 techniques, inspired by Stoic philosophy, can help you connect with others on a whole new level, while also helping you better understand yourself. If you found these insights valuable and want to keep growing in wisdom and emotional intelligence, don't forget to like this video and subscribe. Join us on this journey to see the world and people with clarity and purpose. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more ways to unlock the power of ancient wisdom in your everyday life.
Have you ever felt like an afterthought in someone's life, despite your best efforts to be a priority? It's a frustrating experience to pour your heart into relationships, only to find that your presence is undervalued. Whether it's with friends, family, or a partner, being overlooked can leave you feeling disheartened and questioning your self-worth. But what if there were strategies to change this dynamic, ensuring that you become a top priority in the lives of those you care about? In this guide, we will explore 18 powerful psychological strategies, enhanced with vivid examples and anecdotes, to help you transform your relationships and make others appreciate your true value. From cultivating mystery to showing empathy, each step is designed to elevate your significance in the eyes of others, ultimately leading to more fulfilling and balanced connections. Let's dive into these transformative techniques and revolutionize the way you're perceived and prioritized by those around you. T1. Be positive and optimistic. Maintaining a positive attitude can have a profound impact on how others perceive you. Imagine being around someone who always sees the silver lining in every situation. Their optimism can be infectious, making you feel more hopeful and enthusiastic about life. For instance, consider Jane, who always had a smile on her face and a kind word to say. Even during stressful times at work, she remained upbeat, encouraging her colleagues and helping them see the brighter side of things. Her positive energy made her a magnet for others, who sought her company for a boost of morale. By being a source of optimism, you not only improve your own outlook, but also become a person others want to be around, making you a priority in their lives. 2. Allow them to invest in you. Letting others invest time and effort in you creates a sense of commitment and value. Think of how a gardener feels about the plants they've nurtured from seeds. The more they care for them, the more attached they become. Similarly, when people invest their time, energy, or resources into you, they begin to see you as a significant part of their lives. For example, If a friend consistently helps you with a project or spends time teaching you a new skill, they're more likely to value your relationship deeply. This investment builds a stronger bond and ensures you hold a priority position in their lives. 3. Maintain some mystery. Keeping an air of mystery can be incredibly captivating. People are naturally drawn to the unknown, much like a moth to a flame. Consider the allure of a good mystery novel that keeps you turning pages late into the night. In relationships, revealing everything about yourself too quickly can diminish the excitement. Instead, drop hints about your interests and leave some stories for later. For example, if you're passionate about a unique hobby like underwater photography, mention your latest dive, but save the details for another conversation. This approach keeps others intrigued and eager to learn more about you, ensuring you remain a priority in their thoughts. 4. Encourage their growth. Supporting someone's personal and professional growth can solidify your importance in their life. Think of a mentor who not only teaches but also inspires their mentee to reach new heights. For instance, if your partner's aiming for a promotion at work, help them prepare for their interviews, celebrate their small victories, and offer constructive feedback. When you show genuine interest in their progress and encourage their aspirations, you demonstrate that you care deeply about their future. This kind of support fosters a strong emotional connection, making you an invaluable part of their life and someone they prioritize. 5. Stop initiating communication all the time. Taking a step back from always being the one to initiate communication can shift the dynamics in your favor. When you're always the first to call or text, it can create an imbalance where the other person may start taking you for granted. Consider Sarah, who decided to stop texting her friend first for a week. Initially, she feared the silence, but soon her friend reached out, realizing how much they missed their conversations. By allowing others the space to initiate contact, you create a sense of mutual effort and appreciation. This not only balances the relationship, but also makes you a priority in their life, as they actively seek your presence. 6. Express appreciation and gratitude. Regularly expressing appreciation and gratitude can significantly strengthen relationships. Imagine the joy of receiving a heartfelt thank you note from a friend for simply being there. This small act of recognition can make you feel valued and cherished. For instance, if your colleague stays late to help you with a project, take a moment to express your gratitude sincerely. Tell them how much their support means to you and how it made a difference. Such gestures of appreciation build positive feelings and reinforce the bond between you, ensuring that you become someone they hold in high regard and prioritize in their life. 7. Respect their boundaries. Understanding and respecting personal boundaries is crucial in any relationship. Imagine a neighbor who constantly drops by unannounced versus one who respects your space and checks if it's a good time before visiting. The latter is more likely to be appreciated and valued. For example, if a friend seems overwhelmed with their workload, give them space instead of insisting on plans. Let them know you understand and are there for them when they're ready. This respect for their boundaries shows maturity and consideration, fostering a deeper trust. As a result, they will prioritize your relationship, knowing that you value their personal space and needs. 8. Create the fear of losing you. Creating the fear of losing you can make others realize your value. It's a powerful psychological technique, but it must be used wisely. Consider John, who felt taken for granted by his friends. He decided to become less available, focusing on his own hobbies and spending time with new people. His friends soon noticed his absence and began to reach out more, realizing how much they missed his presence. By stepping back slightly and investing time elsewhere, you can create a sense of urgency and appreciation. This technique, when balanced well, ensures that others recognize your importance and prioritize you in their lives. 9. Be a good listener. Being an attentive listener can significantly enhance your relationships. Imagine sharing a personal story with someone who listens intently, asks thoughtful questions, and offers empathetic responses. This kind of interaction makes you feel heard and valued. For instance, if a friend is going through a tough time, give them your full attention. Put away distractions, listen to their concerns, and acknowledge their feelings. Your genuine interest and understanding can make a profound impact. By being a good listener, you demonstrate that you value their experiences and emotions, which in turn makes you a priority in their life as they seek your supportive presence. 10. Avoid being always available. Being too available can sometimes lead to being taken for granted. Think of a restaurant that's always open versus one with limited exclusive hours. The latter often feels more special and valued. For example, if you're always ready to drop everything for a friend, they might start expecting it rather than appreciating it. Instead, balance your availability. Let them know you have other commitments and interests. This not only shows that you value your time, but also makes them value the moments you do spend together. By not always being available, you enhance the quality of your interactions and ensure you're seen as a priority, not just a convenience. 11. Develop shared interests. Engaging in activities or hobbies that both you and the other person enjoy can significantly strengthen your bond. Imagine two friends who bond over their love for hiking. They plan trips together, share experiences, and create lasting memories on the trails. These shared interests deepen their connection and ensure they prioritize spending time together. For example, if your partner loves cooking, take a cooking class together. This shared activity not only brings you closer, but also creates opportunities for quality time. Developing shared interests fosters a sense of camaraderie and mutual enjoyment, making you an integral part of their life. 12. Show consistency. Being dependable and consistent in your actions builds trust and reinforces your importance in someone's life. Think of a colleague who is always on time, meets deadlines, and follows through on commitments. Their reliability makes them invaluable to the team. For example, if you promise to help a friend move, ensure you show up as agreed. Consistency in your behavior shows that you are trustworthy and dependable. This reliability strengthens your relationships, making others more likely to prioritize you because they know they can count on you in both good times and bad. 13. Prioritize your needs. Focusing on your own needs ensures that you don't settle for less than you deserve. Think of someone who always puts others first, often feeling drained and unappreciated. By prioritizing your own needs, you set a standard for how you expect to be treated. For example, if you know someone won't respect your time, limit your interactions with them. Surround yourself with people who see you as a priority. This self-respect not only enhances your well-being, but also signals to others that you value yourself. In turn, they are more likely to treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 14. Create your own happiness. Being self-sufficient and not depending on others for happiness can make you more attractive and balanced. Consider someone who pursues their passions, enjoys their own company, and finds joy in their achievements. Their independence and contentment make them appealing to others. For instance, if you love painting, dedicate time to your art and let it be a source of happiness. When you create your own happiness, You appear more balanced and self-assured. This not only enhances your overall well-being, but also makes you more attractive to others who see you as someone who doesn't rely on them for fulfillment. 15. Show empathy and compassion. Being empathetic and compassionate towards others' struggles and emotions fosters deep connections. Imagine a friend who always understands and supports you during tough times. Their empathy makes you feel valued and loved. For example, if a colleague is going through a rough patch, offer a listening ear and comforting words. Show that you understand their feelings and are there for them. This kind of emotional support builds strong, lasting bonds. By being empathetic and compassionate, you become someone others turn to in times of need, making you a priority in their lives as they appreciate your genuine care and understanding. 16. Don't make them the center of your life. Maintaining a distance and not making someone the center of your life can increase your value. Think of someone who's always available and revolves their life around others. They might be appreciated, but not necessarily prioritized. For example, if you have a friend who often takes your availability for granted, start focusing on your own activities and interests. This creates a healthy balance and makes them realize your value. People are often attracted to things they can't have easily. By not making them the center of your life, you increase your allure and importance in their eyes. 17. Be willing to walk away. Being willing to walk away from someone who doesn't treat you well demonstrates self-respect and determination. Imagine a scenario where you're in a relationship that doesn't fulfill you, but you stay out of fear of being alone. By showing that you're not afraid to walk away, you send a powerful message that you value yourself and won't settle for less. For example, if a friend constantly disrespects your boundaries, let them know you're willing to end the friendship if things don't change. This stance often makes people reconsider their behavior. Knowing you're willing to walk away ensures that others treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 18. Be supportive and understanding. Showing genuine interest in others' concerns and offering support during difficult times can make you indispensable. Think of a friend who always listens without judgment and offers helpful advice. Their support is invaluable. For example, if your partner is stressed about work, take the time to listen and provide comfort without immediately jumping to solutions. This understanding approach shows that you care deeply about their well-being. Being supportive and understanding strengthens your relationships and makes others prioritize you, as they see you as a reliable source of comfort and support during challenging times. In conclusion, becoming a priority in someone's life is not about manipulation or changing who you are, but about understanding the dynamics of relationships and enhancing your interactions. By implementing these 18 powerful psychological strategies, you can shift the balance and ensure that you are valued and appreciated. Whether it's maintaining a positive outlook, allowing others to invest in you, or showing empathy and understanding, each technique contributes to building stronger, more meaningful connections. Remember, the key is to prioritize yourself first. When you respect and value your own needs, others will naturally follow suit. By fostering mutual respect, appreciation, and understanding, you create a foundation for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. These strategies are not just about being seen as a priority, but about cultivating genuine connections where both parties feel valued and important. As you incorporate these steps into your daily life, you will notice a transformation in how others perceive and prioritize you. Embrace these changes with confidence and watch as your relationships flourish. bringing you the recognition and respect you truly deserve. Thank you for watching. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and explore more of our content to continue your journey towards stronger, more rewarding relationships. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to glide through their days with ease and purpose, while others struggle just to get out of bed? The secret often lies in the habits they cultivate each morning. Imagine waking up each day feeling refreshed, focused, and ready to conquer any challenge that comes your way. This isn't just a dream. It's achievable with a well-structured morning routine. In this guide, we'll explore 10 powerful habits that can transform your mornings and ultimately your life. From the simple act of making your bed to the profound practice of mindfulness, these habits will help you start your day on the right foot, setting a positive tone that lasts from dawn till dusk. Let's dive in and discover how you can make the most of every morning. 1. Meditate or practice mindfulness. Spend a few minutes each day in meditation or mindfulness practices. This helps reduce stress, increase focus, and improve emotional well-being. Imagine starting your day with a calm mind, free from the chaos of daily life. For example, try sitting quietly in a comfortable position and focusing on your breath. As thoughts arise, acknowledge them without judgment and gently return your focus to your breathing. Apps like Headspace or Calm offer guided meditations that can help beginners get started. Another approach is mindful walking. Take a slow, deliberate walk outside, paying close attention to the sensations of each step and the sounds around you. This simple practice can set a peaceful tone for the rest of your day, making you more resilient to stress and better equipped to handle challenges. 2. Exercise regularly. Incorporate a daily exercise routine, even if it's just a short walk or stretching. Physical activity boosts mood, energy levels, and overall health. Picture yourself stepping out for a brisk morning walk, feeling the fresh air invigorate your senses. If you prefer indoor activities, a quick yoga session or a few minutes of stretching can work wonders. For instance, try the sun salutation sequence in yoga, which stretches and strengthens various muscle groups while promoting a sense of balance and calm. Exercise releases endorphins, the body's natural mood lifters, helping you start your day with a positive outlook. Consistency is key. Even a 10-minute routine can significantly impact your physical and mental well-being over time. 3. Review your goals daily. Regularly remind yourself of your goals to increase your chances of success. Imagine writing your goals on a whiteboard or in a journal where you can see them every morning. This daily review keeps your aspirations at the forefront of your mind, guiding your decisions and actions. For instance, if your goal is to write a book, seeing this reminder can motivate you to dedicate time each day to writing, even if it's just a few paragraphs. You could also use a vision board with images and words that represent your goals, helping to visualize your success. This practice not only boosts motivation, but also helps you stay focused and aligned with your long-term plans. 4. Make your bed, boost your mood, and set a productive tone for the day by making your bed as soon as you wake up. This simple task gives you an immediate sense of accomplishment. Imagine starting your day with a small victory, creating a ripple effect of productivity. When you make your bed, you create an organized environment that can reduce stress and promote a sense of order. For example, think about how much more inviting your bedroom looks when your bed is neatly made, setting a positive tone for the rest of your day. It's a small habit, but it can significantly impact your mindset, making you feel more in control and ready to tackle bigger tasks. 5. Read philosophy or scriptures. Start your day with wisdom by reading a passage from philosophical works or scriptures before checking your phone. This practice can provide perspective and inspire thoughtful reflection. Imagine beginning your morning with the timeless wisdom of Seneca or a motivational scripture that resonates with your values. For instance, reading a quote like, "He who is brave is free," can remind you of the power of courage and resilience. This habit not only enriches your mind, but also sets a reflective and contemplative tone for the day, helping you navigate life's challenges with greater clarity and purpose. 6. Water a plant. Learn to care for something other than yourself. If you don't have a plant, pets make a great alternative. This small act of nurturing can be grounding and fulfilling. Picture yourself tending to a small herb garden on your windowsill, observing how your attention and care help it thrive. If you have a pet, taking a few minutes to feed and interact with them can create a strong sense of connection and responsibility. For example, watering a plant daily not only keeps it alive, but also serves as a reminder of the importance of routine and consistency. These simple acts of care can foster a sense of peace and satisfaction, knowing that you're contributing to the well-being of another living thing. 7. Go outdoors. Every morning, stepping outside at dawn releases cortisol, helping you feel more alert. The natural light exposure also sets your internal clock, improving your sleep quality. Imagine stepping into your backyard or a nearby park, feeling the crisp morning air and hearing the birds sing. This connection with nature can be incredibly refreshing and invigorating. For instance, a short morning walk in the fresh air can wake up your senses and boost your mood, setting a positive tone for the day. This habit not only enhances your alertness, but also provides a peaceful moment to center yourself before the day's activities. 8. Practice gratitude. Take a few minutes each day to write down or mentally note things you are grateful for. This habit can increase your overall happiness and positive outlook on life. Imagine starting your day by listing 3 things you appreciate, no matter how small. For example, you might be grateful for a supportive friend, a warm cup of coffee, or the beauty of a sunrise. Writing these down in a journal can make the practice more concrete and impactful. This simple act shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant in your life, fostering a mindset of appreciation and contentment. 9. Take an internal shower. Drink a glass of water immediately after waking up to replenish your body's hydration. This helps kickstart your metabolism and refresh your system. Picture yourself reaching for a glass of water first thing in the morning, feeling the cool liquid rehydrate your body after hours of sleep. This simple act can have a significant impact on your energy levels and overall health. For instance, staying hydrated can improve your skin, digestion, and cognitive function, making you feel more awake and ready to start the day. 10. Plan your day. Spend a few minutes planning your day. Outline your tasks and priorities to give yourself a clear direction and reduce the chances of feeling overwhelmed. Imagine sitting down with a cup of coffee and a planner, jotting down your most important tasks and setting realistic goals for the day. For example, breaking your day into manageable chunks with designated times for work, exercise, and relaxation can make it more structured and less chaotic. This practice not only helps you stay organized, but also ensures that you allocate time for both productivity and self-care. In conclusion, incorporating these 10 habits into your morning routine can profoundly impact your overall well-being and productivity. By starting your day with mindfulness, exercise, goal setting, and gratitude, you create a strong foundation for success and happiness. Each habit, whether it's making your bed or spending time outdoors, contributes to a holistic approach to daily living that nurtures both your body and mind. Remember, the key to building a successful morning routine is consistency. Start small, gradually adding these practices to your day, and observe how they enhance your life. Over time, these habits will become second nature, helping you navigate each day with greater ease and purpose. Embrace these changes and watch as your mornings transform into powerful opportunities for growth, productivity, and joy. Here's to starting your day with intention and living a life of fulfillment and balance.
Are you tired of waiting for motivation to strike before you take action? Imagine a life where you're always ready to act, no matter the obstacles. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism comes in. I'll share with you 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you force yourself to take purposeful action, even on the hardest days. Think about it. You know what you want. You have the goals, but every time you go to take that first step, something holds you back. It could be procrastination, self-doubt, or just the overwhelming feeling of, where do I even start? I'm going to break down actionable Stoic principles that tackle these exact struggles. Imagine overcoming procrastination, finding clarity of purpose, and actually turning challenges into opportunities for growth. These aren't just philosophies. They're practical techniques that have helped people lead more disciplined and focused lives for centuries. By the end of this video, you'll have 10 strategies you can apply daily to transform your habits, simplify your life, and finally take control of your actions. These are timeless insights designed to help you become a more intentional, resilient version of yourself. Ready to master the art of purposeful action? Let's dive into each of these Stoic principles, starting now. 1. Take small steps. Whenever I think about a big goal I want to accomplish, I admit I often feel overwhelmed. The vision of what I want can be so massive that it's hard to know where to start. I remind myself of the Stoic wisdom about taking small, steady steps toward any significant goal. Rather than focusing on the intimidating end point, I try to break things down into smaller, more manageable actions that I can work on daily. In my experience, these small steps are where the real momentum starts. Each step, no matter how small, is a little victory that gives me a sense of accomplishment and motivates me to keep going. There have been times when I've tried to do too much at once and felt burnt out or even defeated. But when I slow down and take things one step at a time, I can build up a consistent rhythm, making it much easier to stick with my goals over the long term. This approach doesn't just work for big dreams, but also for everyday tasks. If I feel overwhelmed by a project at work or something at home, I break it down and tackle each part one at a time. Doing this helps me feel more in control and makes even the toughest tasks feel achievable. With each small step, I remind myself that I'm moving forward, and that's all that really matters. In the end, progress is about persistence, not perfection. Taking things one small step at a time keeps me grounded, focused, and motivated to keep going. 2. Embrace memento mori to boost urgency. Reflecting on the concept of memento mori, remembering that life is finite, has changed how I approach my time and priorities. The reminder that life isn't endless isn't something morbid or negative. Instead, it's a way to focus on what truly matters. Whenever I'm tempted to procrastinate or spend too much time on things that don't align with my values, I pause and think about how I'd feel if this was my last day. How would I want to spend it? This perspective helps me cut through the noise and focus on actions that genuinely matter to me. It's a gentle nudge to stop waiting for the right moment and to start acting with purpose and urgency. If I have a goal I've been putting off, memento mori pushes me to start now, rather than waiting for everything to feel perfect, which rarely happens anyway. Thinking this way also helps me appreciate the present. I know that my time is limited, so I'm motivated to make the most of each day. Instead of spending hours scrolling through social media or getting lost in trivial distractions, I'm more likely to reach out to loved ones, work on my passions, or do something that adds value to my life. Knowing that time is fleeting makes me more mindful and intentional, pushing me to take purposeful action rather than letting time slip by unnoticed. Embracing memento mori has brought more meaning to my life, encouraging me to live fully and act with clarity and commitment every day. 3. Cultivate gratitude for the opportunity to act. When daily tasks pile up or my to-do list feels endless, I sometimes catch myself feeling frustrated or overwhelmed. But instead of letting those feelings take over, I've learned to pause and find gratitude for the opportunity to act. Stoicism teaches that every task, even the small or tedious ones, is an opportunity to practice patience, resilience, and discipline. When I approach my responsibilities this way, they transform from chores to chances for growth. This mindset shift has changed how I feel about routine. Instead of dreading certain tasks, I see them as a way to build my character and strengthen my resolve. Whether it's working out, staying late to finish a project, or simply doing household chores, I remind myself that each action is part of a bigger picture. Every effort, no matter how small, contributes to my personal growth. Gratitude also makes these tasks feel lighter. When I remind myself that I have the ability and time to take action, it feels like a privilege rather than a burden. There are countless people who might long for the chance to pursue what I sometimes take for granted. So, instead of viewing my responsibilities as exhausting, I see them as gifts that allow me to grow and live fully. This perspective not only motivates me to take action, but also fills my day with a sense of purpose and appreciation, turning every task into a meaningful part of my journey. 4. Overcome procrastination. Procrastination has always been a tough habit for me to break. It's easy to choose comfort and avoid the hard work, but I've realized that procrastination isn't just about avoiding tasks. It's a barrier to my own growth. Stoicism encourages us to act in the present, knowing that time is one of our most precious resources. When I procrastinate, I'm letting go of something I'll never get back: time. What has helped me is reframing each task as a step towards the life I want. If I delay action, I'm actually choosing to delay my progress and hold myself back. I remind myself that every moment spent avoiding a task is time I could be investing in my own future. This awareness is like an internal nudge that keeps me focused on the bigger picture. Procrastination might offer short-term comfort, but in the long run, it just adds stress and regret. Breaking free from procrastination is also about accepting discomfort. Instead of seeing challenges as reasons to avoid something, I try to see them as opportunities to strengthen my resilience. Taking action isn't always easy, but I find that when I push through, I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride that's far more fulfilling than avoidance. The Stoic mindset has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, not in avoiding hard work, but in embracing it. By focusing on the present and taking purposeful action, I'm breaking the cycle of procrastination and building a life of progress and fulfillment. 5. Discipline yourself. Self-discipline has been one of the most empowering tools in my life. When I think of discipline, I don't see it as a restrictive or limiting practice. Instead, it's my path to freedom. Stoicism teaches that when we control our actions and emotions, we gain the power to shape our lives rather than being pulled by fleeting whims or impulses. With self-discipline, I feel more aligned with my goals and values, as if I'm steering my own ship through life's currents. It's not always easy, of course. There are days when I just want to let go of all structure and indulge in comfort or distractions. But I've noticed that when I do this, I feel less fulfilled in the end. Discipline helps me stay on track with my goals, even when motivation fades. It's what keeps me committed to the things that truly matter to me, like health, learning, and personal growth. To make discipline a daily practice, I start small. I'll choose one action, like exercising, and commit to doing it consistently, even if only for a short time. Each small victory strengthens my self-control, creating a foundation for bigger challenges. When I follow through on my commitments, I feel a sense of accomplishment and self-respect that motivates me to keep going. Stoicism teaches that self-discipline isn't just a tool for productivity, it's a pathway to inner peace. By mastering myself, I gain the freedom to act with purpose and integrity in every area of my life. 6. Visualize potential outcomes. One powerful Stoic practice I've embraced is premeditatio malorum, imagining potential obstacles before they arise. This isn't about being pessimistic, rather it's a way to prepare myself mentally and emotionally for whatever challenges may come my way. When I visualize different scenarios, including setbacks, I feel more resilient and less likely to be thrown off course when things don't go as planned. For instance, if I'm working on an important project, I'll take a moment to think through possible challenges. Maybe there will be unexpected delays, or maybe I'll feel frustrated and want to give up. By acknowledging these possibilities up front, I can plan how I'll respond. I'm ready to handle obstacles with a calm, focused mind, rather than letting stress or anxiety take over. Visualizing potential outcomes also helps me appreciate the value of preparation. It encourages me to think ahead, stay organized, and build flexibility into my plans. I don't feel as reactive to situations because I've already mentally rehearsed how I'll handle them. This practice has given me a greater sense of control and confidence in my ability to adapt. Knowing that I'm prepared for whatever comes my way, I feel more motivated to take action and stay committed to my path. 7. Develop purpose through virtue. I've often asked myself, what's my purpose? For a long time, I thought purpose was something I had to find or achieve, but Stoicism has helped me see that purpose isn't necessarily a destination, it's a way of being. According to Stoic principles, our purpose is best developed through virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. Rather than looking for an external mission, I focus on aligning my actions with these core values. This approach has brought a lot of clarity to my life. For example, if I'm faced with a tough decision, I ask myself if my choice reflects wisdom or courage. By prioritizing virtues over outcomes, I find a sense of inner fulfillment that's not tied to success or failure. Even if I don't achieve a specific goal, acting in alignment with my values leaves me with a sense of purpose and integrity. Finding purpose through virtue also makes it easier to stay motivated. Instead of being driven by short-term desires or external recognition, I'm fueled by a deeper commitment to living ethically. When I'm clear on my values, I feel more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. My actions are not just about achieving goals, they're about becoming the kind of person I aspire to be. This focus on virtue gives me a steady motivation to take action every day, knowing that each choice brings me closer to my ideal self. 8. Simplify your life. Living simply wasn't always easy for me. I used to think that more was better, more stuff, more commitments, more activity. But Stoicism taught me the value of simplicity, and now I see it as one of the greatest sources of peace and focus in my life. When I simplify my environment and my routines, I feel a mental clarity that makes it much easier to focus on what's truly important. One of the first things I did to simplify my life was to declutter my physical space. I got rid of items I didn't use or need, and that act alone felt like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Having fewer things to manage gives me more time and energy to focus on what matters, like my relationships, my work, and my health. Simplifying my life also means saying no to commitments that don't align with my values. This has freed me to invest more deeply in fewer, more meaningful pursuits. I've found that a simpler life is not about deprivation, it's about quality over quantity. By reducing distractions and focusing on essentials, I'm better able to make deliberate, meaningful choices. I'm no longer overwhelmed by endless options or obligations. Instead, my life feels more intentional, and my actions have more impact. Living simply has taught me that less really can be more, and I'm motivated each day to act with a clear sense of purpose and joy. 9. Transform challenges into opportunities. In the past, challenges used to feel like roadblocks. I'd get frustrated and feel defeated when things didn't go as planned. But Stoicism has taught me that challenges aren't obstacles, they're opportunities for growth. Instead of seeing setbacks as threats, I now view them as tests that strengthen my character. Each time I face a difficulty, I ask myself what I can learn from it, or how it might help me grow. One example that comes to mind is a recent work project that seemed overwhelming. There were constant changes, tight deadlines, and moments when I doubted my abilities. But instead of letting frustration consume me, I reminded myself that this was a chance to develop resilience and problem-solving skills. By focusing on what I could learn rather than on how hard it was, I ended up discovering new strengths within myself. This mindset shift has transformed how I respond to life's inevitable ups and downs. Rather than being discouraged, I'm motivated to see challenges as necessary parts of my journey. I no longer avoid difficulties or view them as failures. I welcome them as teachers. Embracing this Stoic principle has brought a new level of resilience into my life, making it easier to act with confidence and purpose no matter the situation. 10. Build good habits. I've learned that good habits are like the building blocks of a purposeful life. Stoicism emphasizes that we should cultivate habits that align with our values and help us grow. Habits like mindfulness, gratitude, and persistence aren't just actions, they're reflections of who I want to become. By practicing these habits daily, I'm steadily building a life that's in line with my values and long-term goals. Establishing good habits starts small. I try to pick one simple habit at a time, like setting aside a few minutes each morning to reflect on what I'm grateful for. This habit alone has made me more mindful and appreciative of what I have, setting a positive tone for the rest of my day. Over time, As I've layered more habits that align with my values, I feel a growing sense of peace and purpose. Stoic wisdom has taught me that excellence isn't achieved overnight. It's cultivated through consistent effort. Each small action, repeated daily, builds a foundation for the life I aspire to live. Rather than focusing on perfection, I focus on progress. This makes it easier to forgive myself when I slip up and get back on track. Building good habits has brought a sense of order and direction into my life, helping me take action with a clear and steady focus on my values. We've covered 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you take action with purpose, no matter the challenges you face. From embracing self-discipline and transforming obstacles into growth opportunities to building habits that align with your values. These principles are tools you can use every day to live more intentionally and become a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. If you found these insights valuable, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content that helps you grow and reach your potential. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Share your biggest takeaway or a Stoic principle you're planning to apply in the comments below. And don't forget to share this video with anyone who might benefit from these timeless lessons. Let's keep building a life of purpose, action, and wisdom together. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
The butterfly's flight. In a quiet village surrounded by rolling hills, a young boy named Tien was known for his love of nature. He would often wander through the fields, watching the birds soar and the flowers sway in the breeze. But among all the wonders he observed, Tien was most fascinated by the tiny cocoons that clung to branches, holding the promise of transformation within. One morning, as Tien strolled through a grove, he spotted a cocoon quivering slightly. A small crack appeared, and through it, the faint outline of a butterfly's wing was visible. Tien watched with wide eyes as the creature inside struggled, twisting and pushing to break free. His heart ached for the little butterfly. Why does it have to struggle so much? He wondered aloud. Determined to help, Tien carefully plucked the cocoon from the branch and used a small twig to widen the opening. The butterfly emerged easily, its wings wet and crumpled. Tien placed it gently on his palm, expecting it to spread its wings and fly. But instead, the butterfly stumbled, its wings too weak to lift it. Day after day, Tien kept the butterfly safe, feeding it nectar and protecting it from harm. But no matter how much he cared for it, the butterfly could never fly. Its wings remained fragile, and it spent its days crawling around Tien's hand or the flowers he placed it on. Confused and saddened, Tien visited an elder in the village, a wise woman who always seemed to have the answers. He told her what had happened, expecting her to praise his kindness. Instead, she gave him a gentle but knowing smile. "Tien," she said, "the struggle to escape the cocoon is what strengthens a butterfly's wings. By helping it, you took away its chance to grow strong. Challenges, as painful as they may seem, are what prepare us for the life ahead." The boy returned home, holding the butterfly close to his heart. As it crawled along his finger, he realized the lesson it had taught him. From that day on, Tien approached his own challenges with a new perspective, understanding that every struggle he faced was shaping him into something stronger, just as the butterfly needed its fight to fly. And though the butterfly never left his side, it became a constant reminder of the power of resilience and the beauty that comes from enduring life's trials. A silkworm must endure pain to struggle out of its cocoon and grow into a butterfly that can fly. A seed buried deep in the soil must push its way through layers of earth to sprout and grow into a strong tree. A silkworm that is helped out of its cocoon by someone cutting it open will forever crawl around aimlessly, never becoming a butterfly. Similarly, a seed that sprouts easily on the surface of the soil may grow quickly, but it will be uprooted at the first storm. Humans cannot choose where they are born, but they can choose how they live. We can train ourselves to endure, develop resilience, and cultivate willpower through challenges, hardships, and even failures. What may seem like a devastating failure or misfortune to one person can be a stroke of luck to another. It all depends on how we choose to face it. We can either confront adversity with courage and overcome it, or wallow in self-pity and let it defeat us.
Once upon a time, in an ancient village nestled near a mountain range, there lived a young man named Kaito. He was known for his creativity and resilience, but beneath his optimistic exterior, Kaito felt trapped by invisible chains. His dreams of success in his work and relationships seemed perpetually out of reach. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day in the fields, Kaito found himself wandering a secluded mountain path. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and cherry blossoms, and the path led him to a small temple bathed in twilight. There sat an elderly Zen master named Hiroshi, quietly tending to a bonsai tree. Hiroshi had a reputation for helping people discover clarity and purpose. Drawn to the master's serene presence, Kaito approached cautiously. "Master Hiroshi," he said, bowing deeply, "I feel lost. My ambitions are clear, but something within me holds me back. How can I overcome this?" Hiroshi looked up, his eyes crinkling with a kind smile. "Sit with me, young man. Let us unravel the chains together." Kaito sat cross-legged on the soft grass, and Hiroshi began to speak. "To move forward, you must first let go. There are 10 habits binding you, like weeds choking a blossoming flower. Let me tell you clearly what they are." Hiroshi placed his hands on his knees and began. "The first habit is complaining. Complaining is like standing in a sinking boat and focusing on the holes instead of finding a way to plug them. It drains your energy and keeps you stuck in the problem. Instead, practice gratitude. Gratitude allows you to see the resources and opportunities around you. For instance, if your work in the fields frustrates you, focus on the strength it has built in your body or the harvest it provides for your family. Gratitude doesn't ignore the challenges. It simply gives you the strength to address them with clarity." Kaito paused, thinking about how often he complained about the hard labor. "I do focus too much on what's wrong," he admitted. "Maybe if I shifted my energy to appreciating what I have, I could start seeing solutions instead of obstacles." He resolved to start each day by listing 3 things he was grateful for. "Second," Hiroshi continued, "comparison is the thief of joy. Imagine a garden where you constantly compare one flower to another. You'll never appreciate the unique beauty of each bloom. When you compare yourself to others, you undermine your own journey and miss the joy of personal growth. Measure your progress against your past self, not against others. Celebrate their successes as inspiration, not as benchmarks for your worth. Remember, the path you're on is yours alone, shaped by your experiences and dreams." Kaito nodded slowly. "I compare myself to the other farmers all the time, and it makes me feel like I'm not good enough. But if I focus on how far I've come, I might feel more confident about my own path." "Third is perfectionism," Hiroshi said. "Perfectionism paralyzes action because it convinces you that nothing is good enough unless it's flawless. Waiting for the perfect moment means you never start. Life doesn't demand perfection. It asks for effort and progress. Begin with what you have and refine as you go. Consider the bonsai tree. It doesn't grow in a day. Each snip and adjustment shapes it over time. Your efforts are the same. Start small, and you'll achieve greatness through consistent refinement." "That hits close to home," Kaito said with a rueful smile. I've been delaying fixing the irrigation system, waiting for the perfect plan. But if I just start with what I can, I'll improve it along the way. The fourth habit is procrastination. Procrastination is like carrying a heavy pack uphill. The longer you wait, the heavier it feels. Break large tasks into smaller, manageable steps. When you focus on one small action, you lighten the load and create momentum. For example, if you dread preparing your tools for the next season, start by cleaning just one. Action, no matter how small, diminishes fear and builds confidence. I've definitely felt that weight, Kaito admitted. If I can just start with something small, even if it's just sharpening one tool, maybe I can build momentum. Fifth, Hiroshi continued, is overcommitting. Imagine a single flame trying to light too many candles. It spreads itself too thin and risks extinguishing entirely. When you say yes to everything, you dilute your focus and drain your energy. Learn to prioritize. Say no to what doesn't align with your values and goals so you can say yes to what truly matters. It's not selfish. It's necessary for growth and balance. Kaito sighed. I hate saying no because I don't want to disappoint people, but I see how it's draining me. I'll practice being more selective about where I spend my energy. The sixth habit is people-pleasing. Living to satisfy others' expectations is like wearing clothes that don't fit. You lose your comfort and identity. Honor your own needs and live authentically. When you respect yourself, others who truly matter will respect you too. For instance, if you feel compelled to agree with someone to keep the peace, pause and ask yourself if doing so aligns with your values. Honesty with yourself and others fosters genuine relationships. That's a hard one for me, Kaito confessed. I've been trying to make everyone happy, but it's left me feeling empty. I need to start focusing on what truly matters to me. Seventh is self-doubt, Hiroshi said firmly. Self-doubt is a shadow that grows when you stand still. Reflect on your past achievements to remind yourself of your abilities. You've overcome challenges before, and you'll do so again. Confidence doesn't come from never failing. It comes from knowing you can rise after every fall. Keep a journal of your successes, no matter how small, and revisit it when doubt creeps in. I often forget my own successes, Kaito said thoughtfully. I'll start keeping a journal of my achievements to remind myself of what I'm capable of. The eighth habit is multitasking, Hiroshi explained. Multitasking scatters your focus like seeds thrown to the wind. They rarely land where they'll grow. Deep concentration, on the other hand, is like planting a single seed with care. Focus on one task at a time, and you'll achieve mastery and greater satisfaction. For example, if you're repairing a fence, set aside distractions like conversations until it's finished. Quality work comes from undivided attention. I'm always juggling too many things, Kaito admitted. I'll try focusing on one task at a time and see if it makes a difference. Ninth, Hiroshi continued, is avoiding feedback. Feedback is a mirror that reflects areas for growth. Embrace it with humility and curiosity. Constructive criticism isn't a personal attack. It's a tool for refinement. Seek it out and use it to sharpen your skills and perspective. When someone offers feedback, thank them and ask yourself how it can help you grow. I've always been defensive about criticism, Kaito said. But if I can view it as a chance to learn, I might grow faster. And finally, the 10th habit is neglecting self-care, Hiroshi said, his tone softening. Self-care is not indulgence. It's sustenance. Imagine trying to draw water from an empty well. You cannot give your best to others or your goals if you're depleted. Prioritize rest, nourishment, and activities that rejuvenate your spirit. Whether it's a walk in nature, a moment of meditation, or simply enjoying a cup of tea, These small acts restore balance and energy. "I've been burning the candle at both ends," Kaito admitted. "I'll start setting aside time each day to recharge, even if it's just a short walk or quiet meditation." Kaito took a deep breath, feeling both humbled and enlightened. "Thank you, Master Hiroshi. Your words resonate deeply. I will strive to let go of these habits." Hiroshi smiled warmly. "The journey will not be easy, but every step you take will bring you closer to freedom. Remember, transformation begins with awareness and is sustained through action." The moon had risen high by the time their conversation ended. Kaito felt lighter, as if a great burden had been lifted. Bowing deeply, he said, "I will not forget your lessons, Master." In the weeks that followed, Kaito applied Hiroshi's teachings. He began each day with gratitude, set boundaries, and tackled his goals with imperfect but determined steps. Slowly, his life transformed. Opportunities blossomed, relationships deepened, and peace replaced his inner turmoil. Word of Kaito's transformation spread, and others sought him out for advice. Remembering Hiroshi's guidance, Kaito shared what he had learned, becoming a beacon of hope for those ready to release their own weeds. And so, the story of Kaito and the 10 Habits reminded all who heard it that within each of us lies the power to cultivate success, one thoughtful step at a time.
Have you ever felt worn out from always being the helpful friend, the accommodating colleague, or the ever-giving family member? While kindness is a virtue, excessive generosity without boundaries can lead to burnout, resentment, and a sense of being unappreciated. How can we balance our innate desire to help others with the essential need to take care of ourselves? The answer lies in the wisdom of Stoicism. In this video, we'll explore how to balance kindness with self-care using Stoic principles. We'll uncover the art of setting boundaries, giving without expecting reciprocity, and recognizing when to step back, all while maintaining our emotional resilience and fostering meaningful relationships. By the end, you'll have practical tools to ensure your kindness is sustainable, fulfilling, and enriching for both you and those around you. Let's dive into the journey of becoming kinder to others while being kind to ourselves. 1. Set limits on requests. Continuous accommodation of others' requests can drain your energy and hinder their growth. Stoicism emphasizes the need for boundaries to maintain emotional well-being and encourage self-reliance in others. Imagine you have a colleague who constantly asks for your help with tasks they could handle themselves. While assisting them initially seems kind, over time it becomes a burden, impacting your productivity and well-being. Moreover, your colleague doesn't develop the skills needed to work independently. Setting limits in such situations is essential. You might say, "I can help you with this project today, but moving forward, let's discuss how you can handle similar tasks on your own." This approach not only protects your energy, but also encourages your colleague to develop their capabilities. Stoicism teaches that true generosity involves empowering others rather than enabling dependency. By setting boundaries, you create a healthier dynamic where your kindness is appreciated and sustainable. This way, your relationships become more balanced and respectful, fostering mutual growth and understanding. 2. Recognize when to step back. It's important to recognize when your kindness is being exploited. Stoicism advises you to step back and reassess such situations to protect your well-being and avoid being taken advantage of. Consider a friend who frequently borrows money from you but never repays it. While you want to be helpful, this behavior starts to strain your finances and trust. In such cases, stepping back means having a candid conversation about boundaries. You might say, "I value our friendship, but I need to set limits on lending money. It's important for both of us to manage our finances responsibly." This direct yet respectful approach helps maintain your self-respect and financial stability. Stoicism emphasizes self-respect and discernment. By recognizing and addressing exploitation, you prevent resentment from building up. This ensures that your kindness remains genuine and not coerced. Moreover, it teaches others to respect your boundaries and encourages healthier, more reciprocal relationships. 3. Healthy boundaries enhance relationships. By setting boundaries, you ensure that your kindness is sustainable and enriching for both you and others. This balanced approach leads to more meaningful and fulfilling relationships. Imagine you're always available to listen to a friend's problems, even at the expense of your own needs. Over time, you may feel drained and unappreciated. Setting healthy boundaries might look like saying, "I care about you and want to support you, but I need to make sure I have time for my own self-care too." This not only protects your well-being, but also encourages your friend to seek diverse support systems and become more self-reliant. Stoicism teaches that true kindness should enhance rather than diminish your life. By maintaining boundaries, you can offer support without feeling overwhelmed, leading to stronger, more balanced relationships. This approach ensures that your kindness is rooted in mutual respect and genuine care. 4. Give without expecting reciprocity. Generosity should be an act of character, not a transaction. Expecting returns on your kindness can lead to disappointment. Stoicism advises giving freely, focusing on the joy of the act itself rather than anticipating a reward. For example, if you help a neighbor with their garden, do it because you enjoy gardening and helping others, not because you expect them to help you in the future. When you give without expecting anything in return, your actions are more sincere and fulfilling. If your neighbor does not reciprocate, you won't feel resentful because your kindness wasn't contingent on their response. Instead, you can take satisfaction in the act itself. Stoicism encourages us to find joy in our virtues. By giving freely, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and contentment, knowing that your kindness stems from a genuine place. This mindset reduces the potential for disappointment and fosters a more generous, open-hearted approach to life. 5. Balance kindness with self-care. Excessive kindness can deplete your resources, leading to burnout and a sense of being unappreciated. Stoicism teaches the importance of setting boundaries to ensure your generosity does not harm your well-being. Imagine always putting others' needs before your own, eventually leading to exhaustion and frustration. To balance kindness with self-care, it's crucial to prioritize your well-being. You might allocate specific times for helping others, ensuring you also have time for rest and personal activities. For instance, volunteering a few hours a week rather than every day can prevent burnout and maintain your enthusiasm for helping. Stoicism emphasizes the need to preserve your inner resources. By taking care of yourself first, you can sustain your ability to be kind and helpful without compromising your health. This balanced approach ensures that your kindness remains a positive force in your life and the lives of others. 6. Avoid being perceived as fragile. Overextending yourself for others can lead to being seen as weak and exploited. Learning to say no and valuing your own time and energy fosters respect and preserves your mental health. Imagine always agreeing to take on extra work for your team, leading to exhaustion and reduced performance. Saying no can be empowering. You might explain, I am currently at capacity with my projects and can't take on additional tasks. This demonstrates self-respect and sets clear boundaries, ensuring your contributions are recognized without compromising your well-being. Stoicism advocates for self-respect and discernment in relationships. By setting limits, you prevent others from taking advantage of your kindness and build a reputation for being reliable, yet assertive. This approach helps maintain a balanced, respectful dynamic in your interactions. 7. Emotional resilience through Stoicism. Practicing Stoic principles helps build emotional resilience, allowing you to navigate the ups and downs of life with a balanced and calm mindset. This resilience is key to maintaining your well-being while being kind to others. Imagine facing a series of personal challenges while still trying to support your friends and family. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. By practicing mindfulness and self-reflection, you can remain grounded and resilient even in difficult times. For example, if a loved one is going through a tough period, you can offer support without letting their struggles overwhelm you. Building emotional resilience through Stoicism helps you maintain a stable and supportive presence for others. This inner strength allows you to be kind and compassionate without sacrificing your own mental health. It's a powerful tool for sustaining your well-being and positive influence in the lives of those around you. 8 in 8. Kindness as a reflection of character. Stoicism teaches that true kindness should be a reflection of your character and not dependent on external validation. This internal motivation ensures that your acts of generosity are fulfilling and self-sustaining. Consider volunteering at a local charity because it aligns with your values, not because you seek praise or recognition. When kindness is rooted in your character, it becomes a natural part of who you are. You find joy in the act itself, and your generosity is more consistent and genuine. If others appreciate your efforts, it's a bonus, but not your primary motivation. Stoicism encourages us to develop virtues that are intrinsic to our character. By practicing kindness as a reflection of who you are, you create a fulfilling and sustainable way of living. This approach ensures that your generosity is both meaningful and enduring, enriching your life and the lives of those around you. 9. Self-care is not selfish. Taking care of your own needs first is crucial. Stoicism teaches that you can't genuinely help others if you are depleted. Prioritizing self-care allows you to be a more effective and compassionate helper. Imagine always putting others first, eventually feeling overwhelmed and unable to support anyone effectively. Self-care might involve setting aside time each day for activities that rejuvenate you, such as exercise, meditation, or hobbies. For example, dedicating an hour each morning to a calming routine can significantly enhance your overall well-being and energy levels. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of maintaining your own health and stability. By prioritizing self-care, you ensure that you have the capacity to be there for others in a meaningful way. This balanced approach helps you remain compassionate and supportive without compromising your own needs and happiness. In summary, balancing kindness with self-care is a delicate art, but with the wisdom of Stoicism, it's entirely achievable. By setting healthy boundaries, giving without expecting anything in return, and recognizing when to step back, we protect our well-being while maintaining our generosity. Stoicism teaches us that true kindness stems from inner strength and character, ensuring our acts of generosity are genuine and sustainable. Remember, taking care of yourself is not selfish, It's essential. When you prioritize your own well-being, you're better equipped to help others with a full heart and a clear mind. Embrace the Stoic principles of emotional resilience and self-respect, and let them guide you in creating balanced, fulfilling relationships. As you move forward, let kindness be a reflection of your character, grounded in inner peace and self-care. By doing so, you'll find that your generosity not only enriches the lives of others, but also enhances your own, creating a harmonious balance that benefits everyone. Thank you for joining us on this journey to wiser, more balanced kindness.
Here are 10 terrible signs. You're being gaslighted. You might think you'd recognize manipulation when it happens, but gaslighting is so subtle that it can make you question everything, even your own reality. It's not just about someone lying to you. Gaslighting is designed to erode your confidence, isolate you, and make you feel like you're losing your grip on what's real. Have you ever felt like you're apologizing for things you didn't do, doubting memories you were sure about, or wondering if you're too sensitive? You're not alone, and it's not in your head. This form of manipulation is more common than you think, and the damage it causes can be devastating. In this video, we'll walk through 10 clear and unmistakable signs of gaslighting, using real-life examples to help you identify these tactics. If you've ever felt confused, isolated, or trapped in a relationship, this might explain why. And by the end, you'll have the tools to recognize gaslighting and take the first steps toward breaking free. Let's dive in. 1. You constantly question your memory. Gaslighting often starts subtly, planting seeds of doubt about your memory. Imagine this. You clearly recall discussing weekend plans with your partner. You suggested going to a new restaurant, and they agreed. However, when the weekend arrives, they insist you never mentioned it. You must have dreamed that up, they say with a dismissive laugh. You replay the conversation in your mind, wondering if you truly imagined it. Another example might be at work. You distinctly remember your manager assigning you a task during a meeting, but later they claim they assigned it to someone else and that you misunderstood. You second-guess yourself, even though you made a note of it right after the meeting. This repeated denial of your reality creates a pattern. The gaslighter's goal is to make you question your memory so much that you begin to rely on their version of events over your own. Over time, you might start to feel like your memory is faulty, even when you've always trusted it before. It's crucial to recognize this pattern. A healthy relationship, whether with a partner, friend, or colleague, doesn't involve dismissing or rewriting your reality. If you're being told you're imagining things or that never happened, ask yourself, does this happen often? Does it make you feel confused or doubtful about things you know to be true? Keeping a journal can help. Write down key conversations and events as they happen. If someone later tries to tell you it didn't happen that way, you'll have a record to validate your memory. Gaslighting thrives on confusion and self-doubt, but with awareness and self-trust, you can start to see through the manipulation. Recognizing the signs is the first step toward reclaiming your confidence. 2. You find yourself apologizing too often. One of the clearest signs of gaslighting is the growing compulsion to apologize for things you didn't even do. The gaslighter manipulates situations to make you feel at fault, even when they're the one causing harm. For example, let's say you planned a dinner party and spent hours preparing. The gaslighter shows up late without explanation, and when you express frustration, they turn the tables. You're always so dramatic about these things. Maybe I wouldn't be late if you weren't so controlling. Suddenly you're apologizing for expecting them to be on time, even though their behavior was the issue. Another instance could occur in a friendship. You tell a close friend that something they said hurt your feelings. Instead of apologizing, they respond with, "You're way too sensitive. I was just joking." Now, instead of feeling validated, you're apologizing for taking offense. Over time, this pattern erodes your sense of self-worth. You start to internalize the idea that you're overly emotional, overly demanding, or just not good enough. You apologize not just to the gaslighter, but to others in your life, often feeling like a burden in situations where you're not at fault. If you notice this in yourself, take a step back and ask, why am I apologizing? Was this situation truly my fault? Start paying attention to how often you apologize and whether the apology feels warranted. This behavior isn't a reflection of who you are. It's a symptom of emotional manipulation. The next time you're tempted to apologize unnecessarily, pause. Instead, express your feelings assertively. I feel hurt when this happens, and I need us to address it. Reclaiming your voice is a powerful step in breaking free from the gaslighter's grip. 3. You feel isolated. Gaslighting often involves subtle tactics to isolate you from friends, family, or anyone who might validate your experiences or challenge the gaslighter's control. This isolation creates dependency, leaving you more vulnerable to their manipulation. For instance, imagine you're excited to meet a close friend after a long time, but your partner begins making comments like, "Why do you even hang out with them? They don't really care about you." Or they might say, "I don't trust them. They're a bad influence on you." Over time, these remarks may cause you to second-guess your friendships, leading you to withdraw from people who could offer support. At work, this can happen when a manipulative colleague tells you, "The team doesn't really think you're contributing much." They might discourage you from seeking feedback from others, subtly driving a wedge between you and the rest of your team. This isolates you professionally, making you rely solely on their distorted version of reality. Gaslighters also use this tactic with family. They may make offhand comments like, "Your parents never really understood you, did they?" Or, "Your sibling always seemed jealous of you." These remarks plant doubts about your closest relationships, pushing you further into isolation. When you're cut off from external support, the gaslighter's influence becomes stronger. You may start to feel like they're the only person you can rely on, even as they undermine your sense of self. To combat this, actively seek connection with those who uplift and support you. Reach out to friends or family you've drifted from, even if it feels difficult. Sharing your experiences with a trusted person can help break the cycle of isolation. Remember, isolation is a tool of control. Staying connected is your way out. 4. Your confidence has plummeted. Gaslighting often chips away at your self-esteem, leaving you doubting your abilities, decisions, and worth. Over time, you may find yourself hesitating to take initiative or make choices because you fear getting it wrong, or worse, being criticized by the gaslighter. For example, imagine you're proud of completing a big project at work. You share your excitement with a colleague who's been undermining you, and they respond with something like, "It's not that impressive. Anyone could have done that." Suddenly, your sense of accomplishment deflates, and you start questioning whether your hard work even mattered. In relationships, a gaslighter might belittle your contributions or mock your ideas in subtle ways. You suggest trying a new hobby or planning a trip, only to hear, "That's a dumb idea. I don't know why you'd think that would work." Even if it's framed as a joke, the constant dismissiveness makes you second-guess yourself, and eventually you stop sharing your ideas altogether. This loss of confidence can creep into everyday decisions. You might start overthinking simple choices, what to wear, what to cook, or how to respond in conversations, because the gaslighter has made you feel like you can't do anything right. You might even start seeking their approval for things you once handled confidently on your own. To rebuild your confidence, begin by recognizing your own strengths and achievements. Keep a journal of your accomplishments, big or small, and revisit it whenever you feel self-doubt creeping in. Surround yourself with people who value and respect you, as their support can help counter the negativity. Most importantly, remember that the gaslighter's criticism reflects their need for control, not your actual worth. By reclaiming your self-belief, you take a critical step toward breaking free from their influence. 5. They twist the truth. Gaslighters are experts at twisting the truth to suit their narrative, leaving you confused and questioning reality. They'll take a situation where they're clearly in the wrong and distort the facts until you're unsure of what really happened. For example, let's say they blatantly lied about something. Perhaps they said they were working late, but you later find out they were out with friends. When confronted, instead of admitting the lie, they respond with, "You're always suspicious of me. No wonder I didn't tell you. You would have overreacted." Suddenly, the focus shifts from their dishonesty to your supposed overreaction, making you feel guilty for even bringing it up. Another scenario could involve a family disagreement. Imagine you catch them criticizing you to a relative. When you bring it up, they twist the situation. "I was defending you, actually. They were saying much worse things about you, but of course, you only hear what you want to hear." By distorting the truth, they create a reality where they appear as the victim or hero, and you're left feeling confused and even apologetic. Over time, this constant manipulation erodes your ability to trust your own perceptions. You might start second-guessing yourself, thinking, "Did I really misunderstand? Am I being too sensitive?" This confusion gives the gaslighter even more power over you. To counter this, document specific events or conversations as they happen. Keep a record of what was said or done, so when the gaslighter tries to twist the truth, you have clear evidence to ground yourself. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. By recognizing and challenging these manipulations, you can begin to reclaim your sense of clarity and truth. They dismiss your feelings. Gaslighters are quick to invalidate your emotions, making you feel as though your feelings are irrational or unimportant. Over time, this dismissal can lead you to suppress your emotions altogether, convinced they aren't valid. For example, imagine you share that you're upset because they forgot an important date, like your anniversary. Instead of acknowledging your feelings, they respond with, "You're being ridiculous. It's just a date. It doesn't mean anything." This not only minimizes your emotions, but shifts the blame onto you for caring in the first place. Another instance might occur when you express frustration over being ignored in conversations. You say, "I feel like you don't listen to me," and they counter with, "You're always exaggerating. You're so needy." Instead of addressing your concerns, they make you feel guilty for even having them. This repeated invalidation teaches you to doubt your emotional responses. You might start thinking, "Maybe I am too sensitive. Maybe I'm overreacting." Over time, you suppress your feelings to avoid criticism, which only deepens the gaslighter's control over you. Healthy relationships involve mutual respect for each other's emotions. Even if someone doesn't fully understand your feelings, they acknowledge and respect them. Gaslighters, on the other hand, use dismissal as a tool to maintain power, ensuring you feel isolated and unsupported. To combat this, remind yourself that your emotions are valid, regardless of whether the gaslighter acknowledges them. Practice naming and owning your feelings without apology. I feel hurt, and that's important. Seek out friends, family, or a therapist who will listen and affirm your experiences. Validation from a trusted source can help you rebuild your confidence and resist the urge to suppress your emotions. You deserve to be heard and respected. 7. You feel constantly confused. A key tactic of gaslighting is creating a fog of confusion. The gaslighter's ever-changing stories, contradictory statements, and denial of events leave you questioning your perception of reality. Over time, you feel trapped in a cycle of doubt and frustration. For example, they might promise something significant, like attending an important event with you. When they fail to show up, you confront them, only to hear, "I never said I'd go to that. You must have misunderstood." You're left wondering if you misremembered the entire conversation, even though you were sure of it just moments ago. Another example is when they contradict themselves. They might criticize you for spending too much time with friends, but when you stay home, they accuse you of being boring or antisocial. No matter what you do, they find a way to twist the situation, leaving you feeling like you can't win. This constant uncertainty affects your mental well-being. You may start questioning even simple things. Did I really hear them correctly? Am I making things worse? This confusion is exactly what the gaslighter wants. It keeps you off balance and more likely to depend on their version of reality. To regain clarity, write things down as they happen. Document important conversations and decisions so you can revisit them if they try to rewrite history. Sharing your experiences with a trusted friend or therapist can also help validate your perceptions and break the cycle of confusion. Most importantly, trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Gaslighters thrive on making you doubt yourself, but by recognizing their tactics and reinforcing your own sense of reality, you can begin to see through the manipulation and regain your confidence. 8. They use your insecurities against you. Gaslighters are skilled at identifying your vulnerabilities and exploiting them to maintain control. They subtly or overtly weaponize your insecurities, using them to manipulate your emotions and actions. For example, if you've shared that you're self-conscious about your appearance, a gaslighter might make backhanded compliments like, "You look nice, but that outfit would be better if you lost a little weight." On the surface, it sounds like a helpful suggestion, but it's designed to deepen your insecurity and make you feel inadequate. In a work setting, a manipulative colleague might say, "You're great at what you do, but you're not really leadership material." This preys on any doubts you may have about your abilities and subtly undermines your confidence. You might start avoiding opportunities for growth, believing you're not good enough. In relationships, they might exploit your desire for connection. For instance, if you've shared a fear of being abandoned, they might say, "No one else would put up with you the way I do," making you feel like you're lucky to have them, even as they treat you poorly. This tactic leaves you feeling powerless and overly reliant on their approval, as they've convinced you that your insecurities define you. To counter this, remind yourself that everyone has insecurities. It's part of being human, but they don't define your worth. Surround yourself with people who uplift and support you rather than exploit your vulnerabilities. If possible, seek out a therapist or coach to help you rebuild your confidence and recognize your strengths. Remember, your insecurities are not a weakness to be exploited. They're opportunities for growth and self-acceptance. By acknowledging and owning them, you take away the gaslighter's power and start reclaiming your self-worth. 9. They play the victim. Gaslighters often deflect accountability by portraying themselves as the victim, even when they're the ones at fault. This tactic shifts the focus away from their behavior, making you feel guilty for even bringing up an issue. For instance, let's say you confront them about breaking a promise, like not showing up to an event you planned together. Instead of addressing the broken promise, they respond with something like, "Do you know how hard my week has been? I can't believe you'd attack me over something so small when I'm already under so much stress." Suddenly, you're comforting them instead of addressing your own hurt. In another example, you might point out a pattern of disrespectful behavior, such as frequent interruptions during conversations. Instead of taking responsibility, they turn the tables. "I only interrupt because you never listen to me. Do you know how frustrating that is for me?" Now, you're questioning whether you've been unfair and apologizing for something they created. This victim mentality can extend to their relationships with others, too. They might claim their boss is out to get them, or that their friends have abandoned them for no reason, subtly painting themselves as someone constantly wronged by the world. This reinforces their narrative and keeps you feeling guilty for adding to their problems. To break free from this dynamic, practice recognizing the pattern. When they deflect and play the victim, gently steer the conversation back to the issue at hand. For example, you could say, "I understand you've been stressed, but I need us to focus on how this situation made me feel." It's crucial to remember that everyone has challenges, but genuine victims don't manipulate others with their struggles. By staying grounded in your feelings and refusing to accept misplaced blame, you take a step toward regaining control. 10. You feel trapped in the relationship. One of the most painful signs of gaslighting is the feeling of being stuck, as though there's no way out of the relationship or situation. The gaslighter's manipulation has created a dependency that makes leaving seem impossible, even when you recognize the harm. For example, the gaslighter might convince you that you're incapable of managing without them. They'll say things like, "You'd never survive on your own," or "No one else would love you the way I do." These statements prey on your fears and insecurities, making you feel unworthy and powerless. Another way they trap you is by creating an illusion of unpredictability. They alternate between moments of kindness and cruelty, keeping you hooked with the hope that things will improve. After a heated argument, where they dismiss your feelings, they might turn around and say, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. You're everything to me." This cycle keeps you invested, always waiting for the good moments to return. In friendships or professional relationships, gaslighters may leverage shared responsibilities or connections to keep you tethered. They might say, "If you leave, you'll destroy everything we've worked for," or guilt-trip you with statements like, "I thought you were loyal." The result? You feel paralyzed, torn between staying in the toxic relationship or risking the unknown. To overcome this, remind yourself that feeling trapped is part of their strategy. It's not reality. Seek support from trusted friends, family, or professionals who can help you see your options clearly. Build an action plan. even if it's small steps, like setting boundaries or consulting with a counselor. Remember, you are stronger than the gaslighter wants you to believe. Freedom begins with recognizing that you deserve better and taking steps, no matter how small, to reclaim your life. Gaslighting is one of the most insidious forms of manipulation, but recognizing the signs is the first step toward breaking free and reclaiming your confidence. If any of these points resonated with you, remember, you're not alone, and help is always within reach. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it to let us know. Make sure to subscribe so you never miss more content like this that empowers and informs. We'd love to hear from you. What signs stood out to you the most? Have you experienced gaslighting before? Share your thoughts, experiences, or takeaways in the comments below. Your insights could help others who are going through the same struggles. Thank you for watching, and remember, you deserve relationships that uplift and respect you. Stay strong, stay wise, and we'll see you in the next video.
10 alarming signs you're in a toxic relationship and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever paused to question why a relationship meant to bring joy and fulfillment leaves you feeling drained, unappreciated, or even trapped? Relationships should nurture our spirit, not weigh it down. Yet, some connections become chains that erode our mental, emotional, and even physical well-being. These are toxic relationships, a silent thief of happiness and peace. A toxic relationship is not defined by occasional conflicts or misunderstandings, which are natural in any bond. Instead, it is one where the negatives far outweigh the positives, leaving you feeling lesser, controlled, or emotionally battered. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." But toxic relationships blur this line, turning your life into a constant state of turmoil. Why is it so difficult to recognize toxicity? Because love, or what we think is love, clouds our judgment. We tell ourselves stories to justify the pain. They'll change, or maybe I'm too sensitive. These rationalizations only deepen the cycle of harm. The purpose of this article is to shine a light on the subtle and not so subtle signs of toxicity, empowering you to confront what may be one of the hardest truths you'll ever face. But take heart, acknowledging a toxic relationship is the first courageous step toward reclaiming your peace. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By the end of this journey, you'll not only be able to identify these harmful patterns, but also learn how to take purposeful action to protect yourself. Remember, choosing to prioritize your well-being is not selfish. It is the highest act of self-respect. Your worth demands it. 1. Lack of appreciation or gratitude. A healthy relationship is built on mutual appreciation, a recognition of each other's efforts, qualities, and presence. In a toxic relationship, however, gratitude is often absent. Your contributions go unnoticed, your sacrifices are taken for granted, and your partner behaves as if your presence is an entitlement rather than a privilege. The Stoics believed in cultivating gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." A relationship devoid of appreciation violates this principle, reducing what should be cherished to something mundane or overlooked. Lack of appreciation can manifest in many ways. Your efforts to nurture the relationship might be ignored, compliments might be scarce, or your kindness might be met with indifference. Over time, this lack of recognition drains your energy and erodes your sense of worth. You might begin to feel like nothing you do is ever enough. To identify this, reflect on how your partner responds to your actions. Do they acknowledge your efforts, or do they brush them aside? Do you feel valued, or does it seem like your contributions are expected without acknowledgement? The solution lies in reclaiming your self-worth. Gratitude begins with yourself, appreciating your own efforts, qualities, and resilience. As Seneca advised, begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life. Recognize that you deserve a relationship where your presence and contributions are celebrated. If appreciation is consistently absent, consider whether this relationship aligns with the respect and gratitude you deserve. True love doesn't take you for granted. It sees you, values you, and cherishes the privilege of your companionship. You deserve nothing less. 2. Constant criticism and blame. One of the most telling signs of a toxic relationship is relentless criticism and blame. It's not constructive feedback meant to help you grow. It's a constant barrage of negativity that chips away at your self-esteem. You hear phrases like, "You're always wrong," or "This is your fault." Over time, you start to internalize these words, doubting your worth and blaming yourself for problems that were never yours to solve. Stoic wisdom reminds us that our true value lies within, untouched by external opinions. As Epictetus said, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Yet, in a toxic relationship, the incessant criticism can make it feel impossible to hold on to this truth. Your partner's words can feel like a relentless storm, wearing down even the strongest walls of self-assurance. This cycle of blame often comes with your partner refusing to take accountability. When everything is always your fault, there's no room for mutual growth or understanding. Imagine trying to sail a ship where only one person is tasked with navigating, patching leaks, and rowing. It's bound to sink. To recognize this sign, pay attention to how you feel after interactions. Do you leave conversations feeling belittled or emotionally battered? Do you apologize even when you know deep down that you've done nothing wrong? Breaking this cycle requires the courage to see it for what it is, an imbalance of respect. The Stoics teach us to focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, our reactions, and ultimately our choices. When faced with constant criticism, remind yourself, my worth is not dictated by someone else's opinion. I am more than their words. Recognizing this is the first step toward reclaiming your self-esteem and your peace. 3. Lack of trust and constant suspicion. Trust is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. Without it, love becomes a battlefield where suspicion and accusations reign. In a toxic relationship, you may find yourself constantly under scrutiny, your texts monitored, your whereabouts questioned, your actions second-guessed. The trust you hope to build feels like sand slipping through your fingers. Seneca wisely stated, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." Yet, constant suspicion can make even the strongest minds waver. When your partner treats you like a suspect instead of a confidant, it creates an atmosphere of paranoia, not love. You begin to feel like you're walking through a minefield, afraid that one wrong step might spark another accusation. This lack of trust often has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with the insecurities of the other person. But their distrust becomes your burden, a weight you carry every day. Instead of focusing on growth and connection, you're trapped in a cycle of proving your innocence. To identify this, reflect on how often you feel the need to explain yourself. Are you defending harmless actions or tiptoeing around accusations that have no basis in reality? Trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, especially when suspicion becomes the default state of your relationship. The Stoics teach us that we must act in alignment with our values, regardless of others' doubts. If your actions are honest and your intentions pure, then you owe no one an endless justification. Ask yourself, am I living authentically, or am I conforming to avoid conflict? If the latter, It's time to acknowledge that this lack of trust is not yours to fix. As Marcus Aurelius advised, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. You deserve a relationship where trust flows naturally, not one where it is endlessly questioned. 4. Emotional manipulation or gaslighting. Few things are as damaging as emotional manipulation, particularly gaslighting. This tactic distorts your reality, leaving you doubting your perceptions and even your sanity. It begins subtly. That never happened, or you're overreacting. Over time, these remarks escalate, creating a warped reality where you question your own experiences. The Stoics emphasize the importance of reason and clarity. Epictetus taught, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. In the case of gaslighting, the manipulator's goal is to provoke self-doubt, robbing you of the mental clarity Stoicism values so deeply. Emotional manipulation can look like playing the victim, turning situations around to make you feel guilty for asserting your needs. It's when your partner uses your fears, vulnerabilities, or emotions against you, leaving you feeling powerless and unmoored. To recognize this sign, ask yourself, do I often feel confused or unsure about what really happened during an argument? Do I feel guilty for expressing emotions or boundaries? If so, you might be entangled in the web of manipulation. The way out begins with grounding yourself in truth. The Stoics remind us to rely on reason over emotion. Write down your experiences as they occur. Record what was said and how you felt. This journal becomes your anchor, a reminder that your reality is valid and not subject to someone else's distortion. Remember, manipulation thrives on control. By reclaiming your perception of events, you take the first step toward breaking free. As Seneca advised, no man is free who is not master of himself. Trust your reason, hold on to your truth, and recognize that no healthy relationship requires you to abandon your sense of self. 5. Excessive control. Control is not love. True love fosters freedom, encouraging each partner to grow as an individual while supporting the union. But in a toxic relationship, one partner often seizes control, dictating decisions about who you see, what you wear, how you spend your time, or even what you think. What may start as seemingly innocent concern, I just want what's best for you, quickly becomes suffocating dominance. The Stoics remind us to distinguish between what is within our power and what is not. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Excessive control from a partner seeks to strip away that power, leaving you feeling dependent and powerless. Control can manifest in financial restrictions, emotional manipulation, or isolation. Your independence becomes a threat to their authority. You might hear things like, "Why do you need anyone else when you have me?" Or, "You can't do that, it's not safe." To identify this, reflect on how much autonomy you truly have. Are your decisions your own, or do they require approval? Do you feel compelled to act against your better judgment just to avoid conflict? Breaking free from control begins with reclaiming your autonomy. Set firm boundaries and assert them, even if it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics teach that true strength lies in self-governance. By choosing your own path, you reclaim the freedom that control seeks to suppress. As Epictetus said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." You have the right to make choices that align with your values, free from fear or coercion. A healthy relationship empowers both partners. It never seeks to dominate one. 6. Isolation from friends and family. A toxic relationship often isolates you from the very people who would help you recognize its harm. Your partner may discourage or outright prevent you from maintaining connections with friends and family, claiming they don't understand us or they're a bad influence. Over time, This isolation creates a dangerous dependency on the toxic partner. The Stoics understood the importance of a supportive community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man is made for cooperation." A loving relationship enhances your connections with others. It doesn't sever them. Isolation, however, fosters control, leaving you without external perspectives that could help you see the truth. This tactic can be subtle. It might start with guilt-tripping. Why do you need to go out? Am I not enough? Or it can escalate to outright forbidding contact under the guise of protection or loyalty. As your world shrinks, you may feel increasingly alone, cut off from the people who once brought you joy and support. To identify this, consider how your social life has changed since the relationship began. Do you feel guilt or anxiety when spending time with loved ones? Are you avoiding people because it's easier than dealing with your partner's reactions? The path forward requires courage. Reconnect with your support network, even if it feels difficult at first. Share your experiences with those you trust and let them remind you of the person you were before isolation set in. The Stoics teach us to act in harmony with reason and virtue, and that includes maintaining the bonds that nurture our well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Seek out relationships that uplift you, not ones that isolate you. True love expands your world. It never narrows it. 7. Disrespect for boundaries. Boundaries are the foundation of a healthy relationship. They protect your individuality and ensure mutual respect. In a toxic relationship, however, boundaries are not just ignored, they are outright disrespected. Your partner might invade your personal space, read private messages, or dismiss your right to say no. These actions send a clear message. Your autonomy is not valued. Stoicism teaches us the importance of personal sovereignty. As Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone continually disregards your boundaries, they undermine your freedom and sense of self. This erosion can leave you feeling helpless, as if your preferences and needs hold no weight. Disrespect for boundaries often manifests as entitlement. Your partner might say, "If you love me, you wouldn't hide things," or "I know what's best for you." This manipulation creates guilt, making you feel as though asserting your boundaries is selfish or unreasonable. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel uncomfortable setting limits with my partner? Are my boundaries dismissed, minimized, or met with anger? Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect, where no is honored without question. The path forward begins with clarity. Clearly define your boundaries and communicate them assertively. If they're met with resistance, recognize this as a red flag. The Stoics remind us that we cannot control others, only ourselves. Protect your boundaries with the resolve of someone who values their self-respect. As Marcus Aurelius advised, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. While tolerance has its place, it does not mean tolerating disrespect. Guard your boundaries fiercely. They are a reflection of your self-worth and an essential shield against toxicity. 8. Lack of support or empathy. In a thriving relationship, partners are each other's greatest supporters, celebrating victories and offering comfort during challenges. In a toxic relationship, however, empathy is absent and support feels conditional or non-existent. You may feel like your struggles are dismissed, your goals minimized, or your emotions invalidated. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of mutual understanding and compassion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" A toxic partner, however, lacks this self-awareness and instead prioritizes their needs over yours. This lack of empathy can manifest in subtle ways. When you share your feelings, you might hear, "Why are you making such a big deal out of this?" or "You're always so dramatic." Over time, These dismissive responses make you feel invisible, as though your emotions are a burden rather than something to be embraced. To identify this, ask yourself, does my partner show genuine interest in my well-being? Do they listen without judgment, or do they dismiss my feelings as unimportant? A lack of empathy creates a one-sided relationship where your needs are neglected. Rebuilding your confidence starts with acknowledging your inherent worth. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions and our responses. If your partner refuses to support you, redirect that energy inward. Build your resilience and seek empathy from those who truly value you. As Seneca advised, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. If your partner's lack of empathy leaves you emotionally starved, it's a sign to seek abundance elsewhere, in relationships that nourish your spirit. 9. Feeling drained or insecure. A healthy relationship should leave you feeling uplifted and secure. If instead you feel emotionally drained or plagued with insecurity, it's a sign that something is deeply wrong. Toxic relationships are exhausting because they demand constant emotional labor without offering the reassurance or support you need. Stoicism teaches us to guard our peace of mind. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly," reminding us that true contentment takes time and effort. But if a relationship consistently erodes your sense of self, it's not building greatness, it's tearing it down. Feeling drained often comes from being caught in cycles of conflict, manipulation, or neglect. You might feel like you're giving everything without receiving anything in return. Insecurity can arise when your partner's actions make you question your worth, leaving you vulnerable to doubt and fear. To recognize this, reflect on how the relationship affects your well-being. Do you feel more confident and at peace, or does it seem like the relationship takes more than it gives? Pay attention to your energy levels and your internal dialogue. Both are key indicators of your emotional state. The way forward is to prioritize your well-being. Engage in practices that restore your energy, like meditation, journaling, or spending time with supportive people. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Redirect your thoughts towards self-care and self-worth, and consider whether the relationship aligns with your values. Remember, a relationship should be a partnership, not a source of perpetual struggle. Protect your peace as fiercely as the Stoics protected their principles. 10. Physical or verbal abuse. Physical or verbal abuse is the clearest and most alarming sign of a toxic relationship. Any form of harm, be it physical violence, threats, or demeaning language, violates the fundamental respect every person deserves. Abuse is not a mistake or a misstep. It is a deliberate act of control and harm. The Stoics teach us to value our inherent dignity. Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Abuse convinces you that you are unworthy of respect, trapping you in a cycle of fear and submission. But this is a lie, a distortion of your true value. Physical abuse often begins subtly, with minor incidents that escalate over time. Verbal abuse, too, can be insidious, cutting remarks, insults disguised as jokes, or yelling that leaves you shaken. Both forms of abuse are designed to undermine your confidence and instill fear. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel safe in this relationship? Do I flinch at their words or actions? Safety, physical, emotional, and mental, is a non-negotiable right, not a privilege. The path forward requires courage. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety above all else. Seek help from trusted friends, family, or professional organizations. As Marcus Aurelius advised, do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill the demands of your nature. Your nature demands safety, respect, and love. Abuse is never your fault, and staying in such a situation is not a Stoic act of endurance, it is self-harm. Choose your well-being. choose to step away. Because, as the Stoics remind us, you cannot live a virtuous life if you are not free. Solutions and steps to take. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship is a brave and essential first step. However, awareness alone isn't enough. Purposeful action is required to reclaim your peace and happiness. As the Stoics teach, we must focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, choices, and responses. Here are practical steps to guide you toward liberation and healing. 1. Self-reflection. Start by taking an honest inventory of your relationship. Are you sacrificing your well-being for the sake of maintaining the bond? Write down your experiences, emotions, and patterns of behavior in the relationship. Seneca reminds us, you must know for which harbor you are headed if you are to catch the right wind. Clarity is the first step toward transformation. 2. Open communication. If it feels safe, express your concerns to your partner calmly and assertively. Use I statements to focus on your feelings without triggering defensiveness. For example, I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored. However, remember Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be one. If your concerns are met with dismissiveness or hostility, it may confirm the toxicity. 3. Seek support. Don't face this journey alone. Reach out to trusted friends, family, or a therapist for emotional and practical support. As Stoics valued the power of community, so should you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation." Sharing your struggles can bring clarity and strength. 4. Set boundaries. Clearly define what behaviors you will no longer tolerate. Communicate these boundaries firmly and enforce them consistently. Boundaries are not ultimatums, they are acts of self-respect. Epictetus advised, know first who you are and then adorn yourself accordingly. Protect your values and sense of self by standing firm. 5. Consider exiting the relationship. If toxicity persists, prioritize your safety and explore the possibility of leaving. Prepare an exit plan if needed, especially in cases of abuse. Leaving is not failure, it is an act of courage and self-love. The Stoics believed in living in accordance with nature, and no one is meant to thrive in an environment of harm. Self-care. Tips for healing. Post-relationship, focus on rebuilding your confidence and resilience. Practice mindfulness to ground yourself in the present. Pursue hobbies or activities that bring joy and meaning. Remember, as Seneca taught, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. Use this experience as a stepping stone for growth. Toxic relationships challenge us, not just emotionally, but on a deeply personal level. They test our boundaries, self-esteem, and our ability to recognize what we truly deserve. But as the Stoics remind us, adversity can be a teacher. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Recognizing and addressing toxicity is not just an act of survival, it's an act of profound self-respect. Remember, every individual deserves a relationship built on mutual respect, trust, and love. The pain of acknowledging toxicity is temporary, but the growth and freedom it fosters are lasting. By taking purposeful action, whether through setting boundaries, seeking support, or leaving the relationship, you are choosing to honor your worth. Your journey toward healing may not be easy, but it will be transformative. As Epictetus taught, difficulties show what men are. Each step you take toward a healthier, happier future is a testament to your courage and strength. You are not defined by the toxicity you've endured, but by the steps you take to reclaim your peace. Choose yourself. Choose your happiness. Choose a life that aligns with the dignity and worth you inherently possess. The path forward is yours to walk, and it begins with one brave decision. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps more people discover this important message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can join us in exploring more wisdom that empowers and uplifts. And if you know someone who could benefit from this wisdom, share this video with them, because everyone deserves a relationship built on respect, trust, and love. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Here are 12 habits that will make you silently magnetic, the kind of person others are naturally drawn to without even knowing why. Imagine walking into a room and commanding attention, not because you're loud, flashy, or over the top, but because your energy speaks volumes. These habits aren't about tricks or manipulation. They're rooted in timeless wisdom, principles used by the Stoics to cultivate strength, integrity, and influence. But here's the twist. Most people think attraction is about what you say or how you look. It's not. It's about who you are when no one's watching. Mastering these habits will not only change how others see you, but also how you see yourself. By the end of this video, you'll understand why quiet confidence is more powerful than loud charisma, and how small, consistent actions can create a presence that's impossible to ignore. Ready to unlock the power of silent attraction? Let's dive in. 1. Master emotional control. Imagine this. You're sitting in a meeting at work, and someone challenges your idea, rudely, even dismissively. Your pulse quickens, your face feels hot, and you're tempted to fire back. But instead, you pause, take a breath, and respond calmly, even thoughtfully. That's mastery over emotional control, and it's a skill that changes everything. The Stoics taught us that our emotions, while natural, should never control us. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world is full of provocations, some intentional, others accidental, but how we respond is entirely up to us. When you master emotional control, you become a pillar of stability in a chaotic world. People are naturally drawn to those who don't flinch in the face of adversity, who can weather storms without becoming a storm themselves. It's not about suppressing your feelings, it's about acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. Think about someone you admire for their composure. They radiate an unshakable confidence, don't they? That's because emotional control signals strength. It shows you're grounded, self-assured, and dependable. And in a world starved for stability, those qualities make you magnetic. Mastering yourself is step 1 to mastering life. 2. Listen with intent. Picture this. You're having a conversation, and the other person isn't just waiting for their turn to talk. They're truly listening, nodding, making eye contact, asking thoughtful questions. How does that make you feel? Valued, seen, understood. Now imagine being that person for someone else. The Stoics, especially Epictetus, emphasized the importance of listening. He said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening with intent is not just a skill, it's a gift. It's how you tell others, without words, that they matter. When you truly listen, people feel an unspoken connection with you. They open up, trust grows, and relationships deepen. And here's the thing, it's rare. Most people are too consumed with their own thoughts to really hear someone else. By doing the opposite, you silently set yourself apart. Start small. In your next conversation, put down your phone. Look the person in the eye. Resist the urge to interrupt. It's not just about understanding their words, it's about hearing their heart. Over time, this habit not only strengthens your relationships, but also makes you a person others naturally gravitate toward. 3. Be consistent in your values. Imagine a friend who always keeps their word. When they promise to show up, they do. When they commit to something, they follow through. Doesn't that kind of reliability make them stand out in a world where flakiness is the norm? The Stoics believed that living consistently with your values is the essence of a good life. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." In other words, integrity comes from within, not from external circumstances. It's about staying true to your principles, no matter the cost. When you're consistent in your values, people trust you. They know where you stand and what you stand for. You become a person of substance, someone who doesn't sway with the wind of public opinion or convenience. And trust, once earned, is a powerful form of silent attraction. Take stock of your values. Are you living in alignment with them? If not, adjust your actions. Consistency doesn't require perfection. It requires commitment. Over time, this habit not only builds your character, but also draws others to you in ways you can't force or fake. 4. Speak less, act more. Think about the people you admire most. Are they the ones who talk endlessly about their goals and ambitions, or are they the ones who quietly achieve them? Actions, as the saying goes, speak louder than words, and this truth is timeless. The Stoics lived by this principle. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Talking is easy, doing is hard, but it's in the doing that you earn respect and admiration. People are drawn to those who let their actions speak for themselves. Consider this. If you consistently show up for others, keep your commitments, and follow through on your promises, you won't need to tell people who you are. They'll already know. In a world of empty words, your deeds become a beacon of authenticity. Challenge yourself to say less and do more. When tempted to boast or justify, pause. Let your actions reveal your character. Over time, this silent strength not only builds your credibility, but also attracts people who value substance over style. It's not about being flashy. It's about being real, and that's magnetic. 5. Exude gratitude. Imagine you're walking down the street and a stranger holds the door open for you. Instead of rushing past, you pause, smile and say, "Thank you." That small moment of gratitude not only lifts your mood, but also leaves a positive impression on the other person. Now imagine living every day with that mindset. The Stoics emphasized gratitude as a cornerstone of a fulfilling life. Seneca wrote, "It is not happiness that makes us grateful, but gratefulness that makes us happy." Gratitude shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant, and this shift has a profound effect, not just on you, but on everyone around you. When you practice gratitude, it shows in your demeanor. You radiate warmth, appreciation, and contentment. People are naturally drawn to that energy because it feels good to be around someone who recognizes the beauty in life, even in the small things. Start by acknowledging the little blessings. Write them down, say them out loud, or simply reflect on them during quiet moments. Over time, this habit rewires your mind to see opportunities instead of obstacles. And as you exude gratitude, you'll find that others are silently drawn to your uplifting presence. 6. Maintain your composure. Picture this. You're stuck in traffic and cars are honking all around you. Some drivers are yelling out their windows, while others are banging their steering wheels. But there you sit, calm, unbothered, perhaps even humming along to your favorite song. That's composure in action. The Stoics believed that composure is the hallmark of true strength. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world will test you with challenges, delays, and irritations, but your reaction is entirely within your control. When you maintain your composure, you signal to others that you're grounded and resilient. It's not about suppressing your emotions, but rather mastering them. In a world where many people are quick to anger or panic, your calmness becomes a rare and attractive quality. Practice composure in small moments, a rude comment, a delayed appointment, or a minor setback. Each time you remain steady, you're building the muscle of self-control. Over time, this quiet strength will not only improve your life, but also draw others who admire your unshakable demeanor. 7. Develop deep self-awareness. Think back to a time when you overreacted. Maybe you snapped at someone, only to realize later that it wasn't really about them, but about something you were struggling with internally. That realization is self-awareness, and it's a skill that transforms how you interact with the world. The Stoics urged self-awareness as a lifelong practice. Epictetus said, "Know, first, who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly. Understanding your thoughts, emotions, and triggers allows you to navigate life with clarity and purpose. Without this awareness, you're at the mercy of your impulses. When you develop deep self-awareness, you exude a quiet confidence. You understand your strengths and weaknesses, and you don't need external validation to feel secure. This authenticity is magnetic because it shows you're comfortable in your own skin. Cultivate self-awareness by reflecting daily, through journaling, meditation, or simply asking yourself, why did I react that way? Over time, this habit will help you grow emotionally and mentally. And as you deepen your understanding of yourself, you'll notice that others are naturally drawn to your genuine and grounded presence. 8. Live with purpose. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of direction. Your actions feel meaningful, and your time is spent on what truly matters. Now contrast that with drifting aimlessly, letting distractions dictate your days. The difference? Purpose. The Stoics placed immense value on living with intention. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People who labor all their lives but have no purpose to direct every thought and impulse are wasting their time, even when hard at work." Purpose is the anchor that keeps you steady amidst life's chaos. When you live with purpose, it shows. People notice your focus, your drive, and your ability to prioritize what's meaningful over what's trivial. This quiet determination is irresistibly attractive because it's rare in a world filled with distractions. To cultivate purpose, reflect on your values and long-term goals. Ask yourself, what do I want my life to stand for? Then align your actions with your answers. Living with purpose not only enriches your life, but also inspires others to find and follow their own path. 9. Respect everyone. Expect nothing. Picture this: you hold the door open for someone, and they walk through without even a glance of acknowledgement. Most people would feel slighted, but what if you didn't? What if your act of kindness wasn't dependent on their response? That's true respect. Epictetus advised, "Do not expect events to turn out the way you want, but welcome events in whichever way they happen." When you respect others without demanding anything in return, you demonstrate strength of character. Respect given freely, without expectation, comes from a place of abundance. This habit is magnetic because it's so uncommon. Most people operate on a give-and-take basis. By breaking that pattern, you stand out as someone who values others for who they are, not for what they can do for you. Start by practicing small acts of kindness without seeking recognition. Smile at a stranger, lend a hand, or offer a kind word. Over time, you'll notice that this quiet respect not only makes others feel valued, but also makes you someone they respect in return. 10. Focus on your growth. Imagine watching someone dedicate themselves to learning a new skill, improving their health, or overcoming a personal challenge. It's inspiring, isn't it? Growth is contagious. It motivates others and makes them want to be around you. The Stoics believed in constant self-improvement. Seneca said, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Growth isn't about perfection, it's about progress. When you focus on bettering yourself, you silently communicate that you value your potential. Personal growth also creates a sense of quiet confidence. You don't need to brag about your achievements because they're evident in how you carry yourself. People are naturally drawn to someone who is on a journey of self-betterment. Identify one area of your life you'd like to improve: your health, your skills, or your mindset. Commit to small, consistent steps. As you grow, you'll not only enhance your own life, but also inspire and attract others who recognize and admire your dedication. 11. Hold strong boundaries. Picture someone who always says yes to every request, even when it's inconvenient or goes against their priorities. Over time, they become overwhelmed and resentful. Now imagine someone who can say no with kindness but firmness. Which one do you respect more? The Stoics understood the value of boundaries. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Boundaries are not walls, they're guidelines that protect your time, energy, and values. When you set and enforce them, you show others that you respect yourself. Holding strong boundaries makes you magnetic because it communicates self-worth. People are drawn to those who know their limits and prioritize what truly matters. It's not about being rigid, it's about being intentional. Practice saying no when something doesn't align with your priorities. Do it respectfully but confidently. Over time, you'll notice that others respect you more and you'll have more energy to invest in what's truly important. 12. Radiate calm confidence. Think of someone who enters a room without rushing, without fidgeting, and without needing to be the center of attention. They're not loud, but their presence is felt. That's calm confidence, and it's one of the most attractive qualities you can cultivate. The Stoics believed that true confidence comes from within. Epictetus taught, "He who is not a slave to external circumstances is truly free." When your sense of self isn't dependent on others' opinions or external achievements, you exude an unshakable calm. This kind of confidence isn't about arrogance or bravado. It's about being secure in who you are. People are drawn to this because it creates a sense of safety and trust. To radiate calm confidence, start by grounding yourself in your values and achievements. Practice mindfulness to stay present and composed. Over time, this inner strength will become a natural part of how you carry yourself. And as you move through life with quiet assurance, you'll notice others are drawn to your presence without you needing to say a word. Mastering these 12 habits isn't just about attracting others, it's about becoming the best version of yourself. As the Stoics teach, true power lies within, and when you cultivate these habits, you radiate strength, authenticity, and calm confidence. People can't help but be drawn to that. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which habit resonated with you the most? Do you already practice some of these, or is there one you're excited to start working on? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every single one and would love to hear your perspective. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people who can benefit from this wisdom. And don't forget to subscribe for more videos that unlock ancient wisdom for modern life. Share this video with someone who might need a little inspiration today. Thank you for watching, and remember, greatness is built in silence, one habit at a time. See you in the next video.
And celebrate surviving tough days. It means to appreciate your resilience in the face of adversity. For example, after a particularly challenging workday, take a moment to acknowledge your strength and treat yourself to a relaxing evening. 2. Avoid permanent decisions based on emotions. It means to refrain from making life-altering choices when you're in an emotionally charged state. For instance, Instead of quitting your job impulsively after a heated argument with a colleague, give yourself time to cool down and assess the situation objectively. 3. Kindness returns in multiples. It means that the compassion and generosity you show others will come back to you in greater measure. A real-life example is when you help a struggling co-worker with a project, and later they go out of their way to support you during a difficult time. 4. Embrace change. It's the only constant. It means to accept and adapt to life's ever-evolving nature. For example, if your company undergoes a merger, instead of resisting the new management structure, approach it with an open mind and look for opportunities for growth. 5. Learn from past pain. It means to use your experiences of hurt and disappointment as lessons for personal growth. For instance, if a past relationship ended due to trust issues, apply that knowledge to build stronger, more transparent connections in the future. 6. Be true to yourself, even if hated for it. It means to stay authentic and stand by your values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval. A real-life example is choosing to pursue a career in the arts despite family pressure to follow a more traditional path. 7. Invest in lifelong learning. It means to continually seek knowledge and skills throughout your life. For example, attending workshops, reading books, or taking online courses to stay updated in your field or explore new interests. Artistes de boutique, c'est ça, de titan de tuddersakersen som. 8. Bad company is worse than none. It means that being alone is preferable to surrounding yourself with negative or toxic people. An example is choosing to spend a weekend by yourself, rather than going out with friends who constantly engage in gossip or destructive behaviors. 9. Time reveals true intentions. It means that people's genuine motives and character become apparent over time. For instance, a new acquaintance may seem charming at first, but as you interact with them more, you might discover that their actions don't align with their words. 10. Prioritize health and well-being. It means to make your physical, mental, and emotional health a top priority. Real-life applications include maintaining a balanced diet, exercising regularly, seeking therapy when needed, and setting boundaries to protect your peace of mind. 11. Control your thoughts. It means to actively manage your mindset and focus on positive, constructive thinking patterns. For example, when faced with a challenging situation, choose to view it as an opportunity for growth rather than a roadblock. 12. Embrace occasional failures. It means to accept that setbacks are a normal part of the learning and growth process. A real-life example is when an entrepreneur's first business venture doesn't succeed, but they use the experience to refine their strategy and try again. 13. Be patient. Everything comes in time. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of life and avoid rushing or forcing outcomes. For instance, when working towards a long-term goal like a degree or a promotion, stay consistent in your efforts and believe that your hard work will pay off in due course. 14. Appreciate those who value you. It means to cherish and nurture relationships with people who genuinely care for and support you. An example is making time to connect with a friend who always listens without judgment and offers encouragement during tough times. 15. Take action or face regret. It means to seize opportunities and pursue your goals, rather than letting fear or indecision hold you back. A real-life example is deciding to take a solo travel adventure despite initial hesitations and discovering a newfound sense of independence and self-confidence. 16. Silence is golden when angry. It means to refrain from speaking or acting impulsively when you're feeling frustrated or upset. For instance, if a co-worker makes a snide comment during a meeting, take a deep breath and choose to address the issue calmly and professionally later, rather than reacting in the moment. 17. Direction matters more than speed. It means that having a clear vision and purpose is more important than rushing through life aimlessly. A real-life application is taking the time to reflect on your values and passions before committing to a career path, rather than just choosing the quickest or most convenient option. 18. Learn from every experience. It means to approach life with a growth mindset and seek lessons in both positive and negative situations. For example, if a project at work doesn't go as planned, take note of what strategies didn't work and brainstorm ways to improve for future endeavors. 19. Release grudges as they poison you. It means to practice forgiveness and let go of resentment, as holding on to anger only harms your own well-being. An example is choosing to forgive a family member who wronged you in the past. Not necessarily for their benefit, but to free yourself from the burden of bitterness. 20. Face fears. It means to confront your anxieties and step outside your comfort zone in order to grow and expand your horizons. A real-life example is signing up for a public speaking course despite a fear of presenting in front of others and discovering a hidden talent for communication. 21. Show interest to be interesting. It means to actively engage with others and demonstrate curiosity in their lives and perspectives. For instance, when attending a networking event, focus on asking thoughtful questions and listening attentively to the people you meet, rather than just trying to promote yourself. 22. Cultivate gratitude daily. It means to make a conscious effort to appreciate the good things in your life, no matter how small. A real-life application is keeping a gratitude journal and writing down 3 things you're thankful for each day, even on challenging days. 23. Be yourself regardless of others' opinions. It means to stay true to your authentic self and not let the judgment or expectations of others dictate your life choices. For example, if you have a quirky sense of humor, embrace it and don't feel pressured to change just to fit in with a more serious crowd. 24. Trust actions, not words. It means to base your judgments and decisions on observable behavior rather than empty promises. A real-life example is when evaluating a potential business partner. Look at their track record of follow-through and reliability, not just their persuasive pitch. 25. Pursue what you really want. It means to have the courage to go after your true desires and passions, even if it means taking risks or going against societal norms. For instance, if you've always dreamed of starting your own business, take steps to make it a reality, even if it means leaving the security of a traditional 9-to-5 job. 26. Value your time. Not everyone deserves it. It means to be selective with how you spend your time and energy, and prioritize people and activities that align with your values and goals. A real-life application is learning to say no to social invitations or requests that don't serve you, in order to make room for more meaningful engagements. 27. Wealth simplifies life. It means that financial security can provide a sense of freedom and ease, allowing you to focus on other important aspects of life. For example, having a solid savings cushion can give you the flexibility to take time off work to care for a loved one, or pursue a creative project without worrying about immediate income. 28. Don't feel guilty for doing what's best for you. It means to prioritize your own well-being and make choices that align with your needs and values without feeling beholden to others' expectations or demands. A real-life example is declining an invitation to a family gathering that you know will be stressful and triggering in order to protect your mental health. 29. Create your own family. It means to build a support system of chosen loved ones, whether they be friends, partners, or mentors, who provide a sense of belonging and unconditional acceptance. For instance, if you've experienced trauma or estrangement in your family of origin, cultivate close bonds with people who feel like home to you. 30. Strength comes from overcoming hurt. It means that resilience and personal growth often stem from navigating difficult experiences and emerging on the other side. A real-life example is someone who goes through a painful divorce, but uses the experience as a catalyst to rediscover their independence and build a fulfilling new chapter in their life. 31. Money isn't everything, but helps solve problems. It means that while financial success shouldn't be the sole focus of life, it can provide resources and opportunities to address challenges and improve quality of life. For instance, having a stable income can allow you to access quality healthcare, pursue education, or invest in a passion project. 32. Self-respect trumps emotions. It means to prioritize your own dignity and boundaries, even in the face of strong feelings or desires. A real-life application is choosing to end a romantic relationship that's no longer healthy or fulfilling, despite still having love for the other person. 33. Be kind, but don't let others use you. It means to approach others with compassion and generosity, but also set clear limits and avoid enabling manipulative or exploitative behavior. For example, if a friend consistently borrows money without repaying, kindly but firmly communicate your boundaries and suggest alternative resources for support. 34. Accept life's changes. It means to embrace the inevitable shifts and transitions that occur throughout the journey of life and adapt with flexibility and grace. A real-life example is when a job opportunity requires relocating to a new city. Choose to view it as an exciting adventure rather than a daunting upheaval. 35. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be discerning about who you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, and prioritize inner work and self-care in the healing process. For instance, when going through a difficult breakup, lean on a few trusted confidants for support, but also make space for solo reflection and activities that bring you peace and clarity. 36. Live life fully. It means to embrace all the joys, challenges, and possibilities that life has to offer and make the most of each moment and opportunity. A real-life application is saying yes to new experiences, like trying a foreign cuisine or learning a new skill, even if it feels intimidating at first. 37. Discipline is self-respect. It means that holding yourself accountable to your goals and values is a form of self-love and personal integrity. For example, sticking to a regular exercise routine, even when you don't feel motivated, is a way of honoring your commitment to your physical and mental well-being. 38. Stay strong, even when things fall apart. It means to maintain a sense of inner resilience and hope, even in the face of setbacks or disappointments. A real-life example is when a cherished friendship ends. Allow yourself to grieve the loss, but also trust in your ability to heal and form new connections. 39. Walk your own path. It means to trust your own intuition and forge a life journey that is authentic to your unique purpose and passions. For instance, if you feel called to pursue a career in the arts, follow that path even if it doesn't align with your family's expectations or societal norms. 40. Say no without guilt. It means to set boundaries and decline requests or invitations that don't serve your well-being without feeling a sense of obligation or self-doubt. A real-life application is turning down a weekend trip with friends because you need alone time to recharge and trusting that true friends will understand and respect your needs. 41. Avoid gossip. It means to refrain from engaging in or perpetuating negative or unverified talk about others and instead promote a culture of respect and integrity. For example, if a co-worker tries to draw you into speculation about another colleague's personal life, gently change the subject or suggest focusing on more constructive topics. 42. Keep plans private until achieved. It means to be discerning about sharing your goals and aspirations, and wait until you've made tangible progress before announcing them to others. A real-life example is working on a novel manuscript without telling everyone in your social circle to avoid feeling pressured or discouraged by premature opinions or expectations. 43. Cherish sweet memories. It means to hold close the precious moments and experiences that bring joy and meaning to your life, and use them as a source of comfort and inspiration. For instance, when feeling homesick or lonely, reflect on happy childhood memories or times spent with loved ones to evoke a sense of warmth and connection. 44. Learn by listening to others. It means to approach interactions with an open and curious mindset and seek to understand and learn from the perspectives and experiences of those around you. A real-life application is attending a community forum on a social issue you're unfamiliar with and focusing on absorbing the insights and stories shared rather than asserting your own views. 45. Let go of anger. It means to release feelings of resentment or bitterness and choose forgiveness and peace for your own emotional freedom and well-being. For example, if a past betrayal by a friend still stirs up anger, practice letting go of the hurt and focusing on the positive relationships and experiences in your present life. 46. Everyone has limits. It means to recognize and respect the boundaries and capacities of yourself and others, and avoid placing unrealistic expectations or demands. A real-life example is when a colleague is going through a personal crisis, offer support and understanding rather than pressure them to maintain the same level of work performance. 47. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means that the journey of personal growth and self-discovery can sometimes feel isolating as you may outgrow certain relationships or social norms. For instance, when working on overcoming addiction or negative behavior patterns, you may need to distance yourself from enabling friendships or environments, even if it means spending more time alone. 48. Choose friends wisely. It means to be discerning about the people you allow into your close circle and prioritize relationships that uplift, support, and challenge you in healthy ways. A real-life application is evaluating a new social connection based on their values, reliability, and positive influence on your life, rather than just surface-level fun or popularity. 49. Be good without proving it. It means to act with integrity and kindness for its own sake, rather than seeking validation or recognition from others. For example, volunteering at a local shelter or donating to a cause you believe in without posting about it on social media or expecting praise in return. 50. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the power of perseverance and timing, and avoid rushing or forcing results before their natural unfolding. A real-life example is when applying for a competitive job or program. Continue putting forth your best effort and trust that the right opportunity will come at the right time, even if it means facing rejection or delays along the way. 51. Handle adversity to succeed. It means that facing and overcoming challenges is a necessary part of achieving meaningful success and growth. For instance, if a startup business faces initial setbacks or financial struggles, view them as opportunities to learn, adapt, and build resilience rather than signs of failure. 52. Accept criticism, not disrespect. It means to be open to constructive feedback and use it as a tool for self-improvement, but also set boundaries against personal attacks or malicious comments. A real-life application is when receiving a performance review at work. Listen objectively to areas for growth while also advocating for yourself if the criticism feels unfair or biased. 53. Failure is a temporary setback. It means to view missteps or unsuccessful attempts as part of the learning process rather than a permanent reflection of your abilities or worth. For example, if you don't get accepted into your top choice college, use the experience as motivation to reassess your goals and explore alternative paths to success. 54. Focus on yourself. People come and go. It means to prioritize your own personal development and well-being rather than relying solely on external relationships for a sense of identity or purpose. A real-life example is pursuing a hobby or passion that brings you joy and fulfillment, even if it means spending less time socializing or pleasing others. 55. Be yourself despite judgment. It means to stay true to your authentic self and values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval from others. For instance, if you have a unique fashion sense or unconventional career path, embrace your individuality and trust that the right people will appreciate and support you for who you are. 56. Your dreams are your responsibility. It means that the pursuit and achievement of your aspirations ultimately depend on your own actions and commitment. A real-life application is creating a vision board or action plan for your long-term goals and holding yourself accountable to taking consistent steps towards them, rather than waiting for external validation or opportunities. 57. Control your mind or someone else will. It means to actively shape your own thoughts and beliefs, rather than allowing external influences or societal pressures to dictate your mindset. For example, if you're surrounded by negative news or social media content, make a conscious effort to seek out positive and uplifting information to maintain a balanced perspective. 58. Be loyal or stay single. It means to prioritize commitment and integrity in romantic relationships and avoid engaging in deceptive or hurtful behavior. A real-life example is choosing to have an honest conversation with your partner about your needs and boundaries, rather than seeking validation or intimacy from outside the relationship. 59. Attachment causes suffering. It means that clinging too tightly to people, possessions, or outcomes can lead to disappointment and pain when they inevitably change or disappear. For instance, if a cherished belonging gets lost or broken, practice accepting the impermanence of material things and finding contentment in the present moment. 60. Know your limits as a giver. It means to be aware of your own emotional and energetic capacity and avoid overextending yourself in the service of others. A real-life application is setting aside dedicated time for self-care and rest, even if it means saying no to additional volunteer commitments or favors for friends. 61. Overcome obstacles as long as you're alive. It means to cultivate a spirit of perseverance and determination, and trust in your ability to navigate challenges as long as you have life and hope. For example, if facing a serious health issue or financial setback, focus on taking small, manageable steps forward and finding strength in the support of loved ones and inner resilience. 62. Take finances seriously. It means to prioritize responsible money management and long-term financial planning, rather than impulsive or short-sighted spending. A real-life example is creating a budget or savings plan to work towards a major purchase or investment like a home or education, and being willing to make necessary sacrifices or lifestyle adjustments. 63. Ignore those who try to bring you down. It means to protect your self-esteem and motivation from negative or discouraging comments from others. For instance, if a family member criticizes your career choice or creative pursuits, choose to focus on the opinions of supportive mentors or your own inner conviction, rather than internalizing the negativity. 64. Learn from losses. It means to view failures or setbacks as valuable opportunities for growth and self-reflection. A real-life application is after a failed business venture or job loss, taking time to assess what strategies or skills could be improved, and using those insights to inform future efforts and decisions. 65. Beware the power of stupid people. It means to be cautious of the potential harm or confusion that can be caused by misinformed or misguided individuals, especially in positions of influence. For example, when evaluating a news source or social media post, take time to verify the credibility and expertise of the author before accepting or sharing the information. 66. Expect nothing, appreciate everything. It means to approach life with an attitude of openness and gratitude, rather than a sense of entitlement or expectation. A real-life example is when receiving a gift or act of kindness from a friend. Express genuine appreciation for the thought and effort, regardless of the material value or personal preference. Scene 67. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means to be prepared for feelings of isolation or detachment as you grow and evolve, as your change in values and priorities may not always align with those around you. For instance, when embarking on a personal development journey, like therapy or spiritual practice, be patient with yourself if you feel disconnected from past relationships or social circles. 68. Say no firmly. It means to communicate your boundaries and decisions with clarity and confidence, without leaving room for ambiguity or pressure. A real-life application is when declining an invitation to a party or event that doesn't align with your goals or values. Express your decision politely but unequivocally, without making excuses or apologies. 69. Maintain privacy for power. It means to be selective about the personal information and vulnerabilities you share with others in order to maintain a sense of autonomy and control over your narrative. For example, when starting a new job or social circle, be mindful of the details and opinions you reveal about your past experiences or relationships until you've built a foundation of trust and rapport. 70. Not everyone will like you. That's life. It means to accept that seeking universal approval or validation is an unrealistic and unhealthy goal, and to find self-acceptance and contentment within yourself. A real-life example is when facing criticism or rejection from a peer or authority figure, remember that their opinion is just one perspective and does not define your inherent worth or potential. 71. Agree to disagree. It means to accept and respect differences in opinions or beliefs without letting them escalate into hostile or unproductive conflict. For instance, when discussing a controversial, political, or social issue with a friend or colleague, focus on finding common ground and understanding each other's perspectives rather than convincing them to adopt your view. 72. Other people's opinions are irrelevant. It means to prioritize your own values, goals, and self-assessment over the judgments or expectations of others. A real-life application is when making a major life decision, like a career change or move to a new city. Trust your own intuition and research over the doubts or unsolicited advice of others. 73. Avoid going broke to impress others. It means to resist the temptation to overspend or live beyond your means in order to gain social status or acceptance. For example, when attending a wedding or event, choose an outfit or gift that fits your budget and personal style rather than feeling pressured to match the extravagance of others. 74. Balance success and humility. It means to strive for achievement and recognition while also maintaining a grounded and modest perspective. A real-life example is when receiving an award or promotion at work. Express gratitude for the support and contributions of your team or colleagues, rather than solely focusing on your own merits. 75. Make peace with your past. It means to process and release emotional burdens or traumas from previous experiences in order to live more fully and freely in the present. For instance, if a past relationship or family conflict still triggers feelings of anger or shame, consider seeking therapy or counseling to work through the unresolved issues and develop healthy coping strategies. 76. Value experiences over material possessions. It means to prioritize the acquisition of meaningful memories, skills, and relationships over the accumulation of physical goods or wealth. A real-life application is choosing to invest in an educational workshop or volunteer trip rather than a luxury designer item or trendy gadget. 77. Nobody likes arrogance. It means that displaying an air of superiority or self-importance is often off-putting and detrimental to forming positive connections with others. For example, when meeting new people at a social event, focus on asking questions and showing genuine interest in their lives and perspectives, rather than dominating the conversation with boasts about your own accomplishments. 78. Stay calm for clearer thinking. It means to cultivate a state of mental and emotional equilibrium in order to make more rational and effective decisions. A real-life example is when facing a high-pressure situation at work, like a tight deadline or unexpected crisis. Take a few deep breaths and gather all relevant information before reacting or committing to a course of action. 79. Heartbreak can improve your vision. It means that the pain and disillusionment of a failed relationship can ultimately lead to greater self-awareness, resilience, and clarity about your needs and boundaries. For instance, after a difficult breakup, take time to reflect on the patterns or red flags you may have overlooked and use those insights to guide your future partnerships and self-growth. 80. Don't over-explain. People hear what they want. It means to communicate your thoughts and decisions with clarity and concision, without feeling the need to justify or defend yourself excessively. A real-life application is when setting a boundary with a pushy salesperson or acquaintance, simply state your position or preference firmly and succinctly, without engaging in prolonged arguments or negotiations. 81. Master yourself for true power. It means that the greatest source of influence and control comes from self-awareness, discipline, and emotional regulation, rather than external force or manipulation. For example, when navigating a challenging relationship or conflict, focus on managing your own reactions and behavior in a manner that aligns with your values and goals, rather than trying to change or control the other person. It's a day deep dance teaching. 82. Surround yourself with better people. It means to cultivate relationships and environments that inspire, challenge, and uplift you to grow and succeed. A real-life example is joining a professional network or mentorship program in your field, where you can connect with experienced and accomplished individuals who can offer guidance, encouragement, and constructive feedback. 83. Honesty earns trust. It means that consistently telling the truth and following through on your word is essential for building credibility and respect in your relationships. For instance, if you make a mistake or fall short on a commitment, own up to it promptly and sincerely, and take steps to make amends and prevent future occurrences. 84. Stress teaches lasting lessons. It means that difficult or uncomfortable experiences can often provide valuable insights and skills for personal and professional development. A real-life application is when dealing with a demanding boss or challenging work project. Look for opportunities to learn new problem-solving strategies, communication techniques, or coping mechanisms that can benefit you in the long run. 85. Believe actions over words. It means to place more weight on observable behavior and follow-through than on verbal promises or claims. For example, when evaluating a potential romantic partner or business collaborator, pay attention to how their actions align with their stated values and commitments over time, rather than being swayed by initial charm or persuasion. 86. Be forgiving and understanding, but not foolish. It means to approach conflicts and mistakes with empathy and grace, while also maintaining appropriate boundaries and expectations. A real-life example is when a friend or family member repeatedly flakes on plans or borrows money without repaying. Express your care and concern for their well-being, but also set clear limits on your availability and resources. 87. Don't compare your journey to others. It means to focus on your own path and progress, rather than measuring yourself against the timelines or achievements of those around you. For instance, if you're working towards a personal goal, like learning a new language or saving for a down payment, celebrate your own milestones and efforts, even if they differ from the pace or outcomes of your peers. 88. Learn from every day. It means to approach each day with a mindset of curiosity, open-mindedness, and reflection in order to extract wisdom and growth from both positive and negative experiences. A real-life application is keeping a daily journal or gratitude practice where you can record insights, challenges, and breakthroughs, and track your own evolution over time. detach. Your life is your responsibility. It means that you are ultimately accountable for the choices, actions, and consequences that shape your life journey, rather than blaming external factors or individuals. For example, if you're unhappy with your current job or living situation, take proactive steps to explore alternative options or make necessary changes, rather than waiting for circumstances to shift on their own. 90. Society's advice often lacks insight. It means to be discerning about the social norms, expectations, and recommendations that are widely accepted or promoted, as they may not always align with your unique needs, values, or context. A real-life example is when considering a major life transition, like getting married or having children. Trust your own instincts and priorities over the generalized timelines or pressures of cultural traditions or media depictions. 91. Be grateful for small things. It means to cultivate a sense of appreciation and contentment for the everyday blessings and comforts in your life, rather than always striving for more or comparing yourself to others. For instance, when feeling stressed or overwhelmed, take a moment to savor a simple pleasure, like a warm cup of tea or a beautiful sunset, and let that gratitude ground and recharge you. 92. Use solitude to reconnect with yourself. It means to carve out intentional time and space for self-reflection, introspection, and personal growth, away from the distractions and demands of social interactions. A real life application is scheduling regular solo dates or retreats where you can engage in activities that nurture your mind, body, and spirit, like reading, hiking, or practicing a creative hobby. 93. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of your journey and avoid rushing or forcing results before their optimal timing. For example, when working towards a significant goal, like launching a business or finding a life partner, focus on consistent effort and self-improvement rather than getting discouraged by temporary setbacks or delays. 94. Start now to change your ending. It means that the choices and actions you take in the present moment have the power to shape your future circumstances and outcomes. A real-life example is when facing a health scare or wake-up call. Use that motivation to make immediate changes to your lifestyle or habits, rather than waiting for a more convenient or comfortable time to start. 95. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be selective and discerning about the people and spaces you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, in order to protect your privacy and energy. For instance, when processing a painful experience or trauma, seek out the support of a trusted therapist, mentor, or confidant, rather than broadcasting your story to casual acquaintances or public forums. 96. Keep some things to yourself. Many don't care. It means to be mindful of the emotional labor and vulnerability involved in self-disclosure, and to reserve your innermost thoughts and feelings for those who have earned your trust and investment. A real-life application is when navigating a challenging work situation or personal dilemma. Be judicious about the colleagues or friends you confide in, based on their track record of empathy, discretion, and constructive feedback. 97. Do things alone if necessary. It means to cultivate self-reliance and independence, and to be willing to pursue your goals and interests even without the validation or participation of others. For example, if you've always wanted to travel to a particular destination or attend a specific event, but can't find a compatible companion, consider embarking on the adventure solo, and trust in your ability to navigate and enjoy the experience on your own terms. 98. trust the process, and work hard. It means to have faith in the value and necessity of consistent effort and dedication, even when the path or outcomes are uncertain or challenging. A real-life example is when learning a new skill or working towards a promotion. Commit to showing up and giving your best each day, and trust that your cumulative growth and contributions will be recognized and rewarded in due time. 99. Never take anything personally. It means to maintain a healthy sense of detachment and perspective when faced with criticism, rejection, or conflict, and to recognize that others' actions and opinions are often more reflective of their own issues and projections than of your inherent worth or abilities. For instance, if a customer or client is rude or dismissive towards you, choose to respond with professionalism and empathy, rather than taking the interaction as a personal affront or failure. 100. Survive your thoughts to survive anything. It means that your mindset and inner dialogue have a profound impact on your resilience, adaptability, and overall well-being, and that cultivating mental strength and flexibility is key to navigating life's ups and downs. A real-life application is when facing a major setback or disappointment, like a job loss or relationship breakup. Practice reframing negative self-talk and catastrophic thinking into more realistic and hopeful perspectives, and focus on the resources and options you still have available to cope and move forward.
Have you ever felt completely drained from always putting others first, only to realize that your kindness sometimes comes back to bite you? Trust me, I know that feeling all too well. We're told from a young age to be compassionate and give selflessly, but what happens when being overly generous starts to take a serious toll on our well-being? In this video, I want to share some surprising ways being too kind can actually work against you, and more importantly, how you can protect yourself while still caring for others. Let's dive in and explore the balance between giving to others and giving yourself the respect you deserve. I'll get started with this in-depth exploration of how kindness, while noble, can sometimes work against us if not balanced properly. Here's the first elaborated idea. People will depend on you too much. When I first started helping out my friends and family regularly, I felt like I was making a difference. I'd be the person they'd call if they needed a ride, a listening ear, or help with a project. At first, it was heartwarming to feel needed, but slowly I noticed a shift. People began to expect my help rather than appreciate it. My phone would buzz constantly with requests that grew in size and frequency. A friend might call last minute, expecting me to drive an hour just to babysit, or a co-worker would ask me to cover for them again. Over time, this constant giving made me feel exhausted and unappreciated. Instead of focusing on my own tasks and goals, I'd be scrambling to fulfill others' needs. I barely had time to breathe, and what was worse, the people I helped rarely considered that I had responsibilities of my own. They had grown so accustomed to my assistance that they assumed I was always available. The more I gave, the less I felt seen, and eventually the imbalance began to affect my peace of mind and energy levels. The Stoic principle of self-care and knowing when to prioritize oneself became vital for me. I had to learn to say no, even though it felt uncomfortable. Setting boundaries didn't mean I stopped caring. It just meant recognizing that if I neglected my well-being, I wouldn't have much left to give. It was tough to accept that some people wouldn't take it well, but I had to put my health and peace first. These days I consciously choose when to offer my time. making sure my needs are met so I can show up fully for others without feeling overwhelmed. It's a balancing act, but one worth mastering. You'll attract opportunists. I used to think that being overly generous would naturally build stronger and deeper relationships. After all, I believed that helping others would create bonds rooted in gratitude and mutual support. But reality hit me hard when I noticed a pattern. Some people were only around when they needed something. I remember a particular friend from work who would always reach out when they needed help on a project or a favor. When I needed support or just wanted to hang out for fun, they were mysteriously unavailable. It started to feel like a one-sided transaction instead of a genuine friendship. I realized that my open-hearted generosity was like a beacon for opportunists. These people gravitated toward me, drawn by the idea that I'd always be there to lend a hand, share my resources, or offer emotional support. Instead of building connections that were mutually enriching, I found myself drained by interactions with people who only cared about what they could gain. They would soak up my energy, take what they needed, and vanish until the next time they were in need. There was no reciprocity, no sense of partnership, only depletion. It became clear to me that while kindness is a beautiful quality, it needs to be paired with discernment. Just because I had the ability to help didn't mean I was obligated to. The Stoics emphasize wisdom and the ability to judge situations wisely, and that wisdom became crucial. Now, I'm more intentional about where I invest my energy. I've learned to recognize when someone's presence in my life is opportunistic and to distance myself accordingly. It's not about withholding kindness. It's about protecting my spirit from those who don't value the relationship beyond what they can take from it. In the end, quality over quantity matters when it comes to who we let into our lives. You could miss out on self-care. Putting everyone else first feels noble at first, doesn't it? I remember thinking I was being the best version of myself when I made sacrifices to help others. Whether it was volunteering for a late-night project at work or spending an entire weekend helping a friend move, I was the person who would always say yes. But after a while, I noticed something concerning. I was neglecting my own needs. My physical and emotional health started to decline, and I was too drained to do anything about it. There was a day that really drove the point home. I had just spent hours running errands for my family, and by the time I got back home, I was completely spent. My muscles ached, and my mind was foggy. All I wanted was to rest, maybe take a hot bath or watch a movie, but another friend called asking for help. Despite being exhausted, I reluctantly agreed. I showed up for them, but internally I was resentful and angry. I realized that my selflessness was starting to feel more like a burden than a gift. Self-care isn't selfish, it's foundational. The Stoics teach that self-mastery and a well-ordered mind are crucial for a fulfilled life. I couldn't take care of anyone if I didn't first take care of myself. So, I started scheduling me time and protecting it fiercely. Whether it's a morning walk, a long bath, or just reading a book in peace, I prioritize those moments. If someone asks for my help during that time, I've learned to politely decline or reschedule. Now, I'm healthier, happier, and more genuinely present when I do choose to help others. It's not about doing less. It's about doing things from a place of abundance rather than exhaustion. People might think you're weak. It's hard to believe, but sometimes kindness can be interpreted as a lack of strength or confidence. I've experienced this firsthand. When I was younger, I thought being agreeable and accommodating would make me well-liked. I rarely spoke up for myself, rarely set boundaries, and always tried to make everyone happy. But instead of earning respect, I noticed people started treating me as if I couldn't stand up for myself. My peers at work began piling extra tasks onto me, assuming I wouldn't push back. Even friends would jokingly say, "Oh, you know they'll do it, they never say no." Deep down I felt frustrated and taken for granted, but I didn't want to risk disappointing anyone. This went on until a particularly eye-opening moment with a co-worker. I had just pulled an all-nighter finishing a report for them. And when I mentioned how tired I was, they shrugged and said, "You're too nice for your own good. You should have said no." It hit me. Even the people benefiting from my kindness saw me as a pushover. That stung, but it was the wake-up call I needed. The Stoic idea of self-discipline and asserting your boundaries became a guiding principle for me. I learned that being strong doesn't mean being harsh. It means valuing yourself enough to set limits. The first time I said no to an unreasonable request, I was terrified. But to my surprise, the world didn't end. In fact, people began respecting me more. They realized I had my own priorities and couldn't be guilted into overextending myself. It's about finding that balance, being kind, but not at the expense of your own dignity. Setting boundaries showed people I was not only kind, but also strong and self-respecting, and that changed everything. You might develop a habit of avoidance. Constantly focusing on others can sometimes be a way to run away from yourself. I used to fill my days with endless acts of service, staying busy to the point of exhaustion. It made me feel good on the surface, like I was doing something valuable. But when I was alone and things got quiet, a sense of discomfort would wash over me. If you've ever found yourself avoiding stillness because it brings up thoughts or emotions you'd rather not face, you'll know what I'm talking about. I had to confront the fact that my giving nature was sometimes a distraction from my own unresolved issues. If I kept my calendar packed with commitments, I didn't have to think about my insecurities or the lingering fears I hadn't dealt with. This realization came one weekend when all my plans fell through, and I was left with nothing but my thoughts. I felt a wave of anxiety, and it became clear that I had been using busyness as an emotional shield. The Stoics emphasized the importance of self-reflection and inner strength. I realized that running away from myself wasn't sustainable, so I started to create space in my life for introspection. It was difficult at first, but gradually I learned to face my feelings head-on. I journaled, practiced mindfulness, and even took long walks by myself to get comfortable with my own company. This self-awareness not only helped me grow, but also made my acts of kindness more genuine, as they were no longer fueled by a desire to escape my own struggles. It's about being there for others, while also being brave enough to face your own inner world. Your goals will be ignored. Have you ever felt like your dreams are slipping further away because you're too busy helping others with theirs? That was me. I had a long list of personal goals: writing a book, learning a new language, and even launching a passion project that I'd been dreaming about for years. But every time I thought I'd make progress, someone would call needing a favor. "Of course," I'd say, pushing my goals aside. Whether it was helping a friend move or volunteering for an extra project at work, I constantly prioritized others. Before I knew it, years had passed, and my dreams remained just that, dreams. One of the hardest things to admit was that I was sabotaging my own potential. It wasn't just about being nice, it was about a fear of putting myself first. I thought people would label me as selfish or ungrateful. But the Stoics teach us the importance of living by reason and aligning our actions with our values. and my values included making my dreams a reality. This forced me to take a hard look at where my time and energy were going. I realized that saying yes to everything meant saying no to my own aspirations. So, I made a change. I started scheduling time for my goals, treating them with the same importance as I treated everyone else's needs. When someone asked for my help, I'd evaluate whether it aligned with my priorities. If it didn't, I'd politely decline or suggest a compromise. It wasn't easy, especially the first time I had to tell a friend I couldn't help them because I had my own commitments. But over time, I noticed a difference. My passion projects began to flourish, and I felt more fulfilled and in control of my life. Protecting your goals doesn't make you selfish. It ensures you're living a balanced, purposeful life. People will doubt your intentions. It's counterintuitive, but sometimes being too nice can make people suspicious. I experienced this with a colleague who once said, "Why are you always so helpful? What's your angle?" I was shocked. My intentions were pure, but to them, my generosity seemed too good to be true. In a world where people are used to hidden agendas and ulterior motives, extreme kindness can raise red flags. It's like when a stranger offers you free tickets or a too good to be true deal. You immediately wonder what the catch is. At first, this reaction hurt. I couldn't believe people would question my sincerity, but looking back, I can see how it might have seemed unusual. When people are too nice, especially in environments where trust is scarce, others can become wary. They wonder if you're trying to win favor or manipulate them in some way. It was a hard pill to swallow, but it made me realize that overextending myself might not be the best approach. The Stoics remind us to act in line with our values, regardless of how others perceive us. That wisdom helped me find a middle ground. I didn't stop being kind, but I did become more selective about where and how I invested my energy. Instead of spreading myself thin, I focused on meaningful acts of kindness for people I genuinely cared about. By being more intentional, I reduced the suspicion and created space for deeper, more authentic connections. I learned that quality trumps quantity in relationships, and kindness, when balanced with self-respect, carries more weight and credibility. You might end up feeling used. I remember a time when I was constantly there for everyone, always the dependable friend, the co-worker who'd cover extra shifts, the family member who'd drop everything to lend a hand. At first, it felt good to be needed, but that feeling quickly faded as I noticed a troubling pattern. People only reached out when they wanted something. Invitations to catch up or check in just to see how I was doing, almost non-existent. Slowly, I began to feel used, like a resource rather than a person with my own needs and emotions. It all came to a head when I helped a friend move, spending my entire weekend carrying boxes and organizing their new place. A few weeks later, I found myself in need of a favor, a small one, and that same friend was suddenly too busy. The disappointment cut deep, and I felt a wave of resentment. It wasn't the first time either. My acts of kindness were met with expectations, not appreciation, and that left me feeling drained and bitter. The Stoics teach us that emotional balance is crucial and that our peace of mind should never be dependent on others' behavior. I realized that I had to change how I gave, not to receive something in return, but to protect my own well-being. I started asking myself, am I giving because I truly want to, or am I giving out of obligation or a need for validation? If the answer was the latter, I paused. It's okay to be kind, but it's equally okay to protect yourself from feeling used. By being mindful of who I give to and why, I've learned to preserve my energy and ensure that I'm acting from a place of genuine care, not from a fear of disappointing others. Your kindness might enable irresponsibility. Have you ever found yourself doing so much for someone that they no longer felt the need to handle their own responsibilities? I've definitely been there. A close family member once struggled with managing their finances, and I would always swoop in to pay their bills or help them organize their expenses. I thought I was doing the right thing, being supportive and easing their burden. But in reality, my constant rescue missions enabled their financial irresponsibility. They didn't feel the pressure to learn or change because I was always there to save the day. It's a harsh reality. Sometimes our kindness can do more harm than good. The Stoics emphasize the importance of moderation and rational decision-making, and that applies to giving as well. If we constantly take over someone's responsibilities, we rob them of the opportunity to grow and become independent. This doesn't mean we shouldn't help. It means we should be mindful of how we help. Instead of always stepping in, we can offer guidance and support while still encouraging them to take ownership of their problems. Now, I'm more intentional about how I assist others. For that same family member, I stopped offering financial bailouts. Instead, I helped them set up a budget and encouraged them to seek advice from a professional. It wasn't easy to watch them struggle at first, but it was necessary for their growth. Sometimes the kindest thing we can do is to let people learn from their mistakes and find their own strength. That's how we empower others without sacrificing our own peace. You'll feel overwhelmed and stressed. Being everyone's go-to helper might seem honorable, but it's a fast track to burnout. I used to say yes to everything, helping friends move, volunteering for extra work, taking care of family errands, and it left me feeling constantly overwhelmed. My schedule was packed to the point that I barely had time to rest or even enjoy simple things, like reading a book or taking a quiet walk. The stress built up, affecting not only my mental health but my physical well-being too. I'd lie awake at night, my mind racing with all the things I had to do for everyone else. One morning, I woke up exhausted and thought, how did I get here? The answer was simple. I hadn't set boundaries. I was so focused on being available for everyone else that I neglected my own needs. The Stoics teach us the value of balance and self-control, and it became clear that I needed to make some changes. It was time to stop treating self-care as a luxury and start treating it as a necessity. I learned to say no without feeling guilty, and it was life-changing. I prioritized my well-being and even scheduled do-nothing time where I could just relax or do something I loved. If a friend asked for help during my designated self-care hours, I'd explain that I had a prior commitment, even if that commitment was to myself. Setting these boundaries helped me show up more fully when I did choose to help, without feeling overburdened or stressed. It taught me that it's possible to be kind and generous without sacrificing my own peace and happiness. Strategies to protect yourself. Listen to your emotions. It took me a long time to realize that my body and emotions were trying to tell me something every time I felt burned out from helping others. I used to ignore those feelings, brushing them off as a sign that I just needed to work harder or be more selfless. But the truth is, our emotions and physical sensations are often our first indicators that something is off balance. There was a time when I agreed to help a friend organize a huge event. I thought it would be fun and rewarding, but as the weeks went by, I started feeling a heavy sense of dread and anxiety. I wasn't sleeping well, and I felt on edge every time my phone buzzed with another request for help. I'd push through, telling myself that feeling resentful wasn't kind or right, but the resentment kept building. Eventually, I snapped at my friend over something minor, and that's when I knew I had to pause and reflect. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-awareness, and I realized I needed to honor my emotions instead of ignoring them. Our feelings serve as messengers, telling us when we've stretched ourselves too thin. Now, I pay close attention to how I feel when helping someone. If I notice that familiar anxiety creeping in or feel a wave of exhaustion, I give myself permission to step back. I might take a walk, meditate, or journal about what's bothering me. These moments of self-care allow me to reset and determine whether I'm giving from a place of genuine generosity or from obligation and burnout. By tuning into my emotions, I can make sure my kindness is sustainable and not at the cost of my own well-being. Embrace the power of saying no. Saying no used to make me feel like the worst person in the world. I'd imagine the disappointment in the other person's eyes, and guilt would eat me alive. But over the years, I've come to see that no is one of the most liberating and self-respecting words we can use. There was a time when I was juggling work, family commitments, and helping out at a community center. One evening, a friend asked if I could join a committee for a new project. My gut screamed no, but I felt too guilty to say it. So I agreed, even though it meant giving up my one free evening for self-care. Fast forward a month, and I was exhausted, stressed, and frustrated. I hadn't taken a single moment for myself, and I was growing resentful. That's when I realized that saying no wasn't selfish. It was necessary. The Stoics teach us that we must respect our own time and energy. So I practiced in front of the mirror, telling myself, "It's okay to say no. Your well-being matters." When I finally said no to the next request, I felt a mix of relief and fear. But to my surprise, the world didn't collapse. People adjusted, and some even respected me more for setting boundaries. Now, I remind myself that no is not a rejection of the person asking. It's an affirmation of my own limits. It allows me to say yes to things that truly matter, with energy and joy. And when I do say yes, I know it's coming from a place of genuine willingness, not out of guilt or obligation. Schedule time. Just for yourself. Carving out time for myself used to feel like an indulgence I couldn't afford. My schedule was always filled with commitments, whether it was work projects, family responsibilities, or friends needing a hand. But one day I had a wake-up call. I was so worn out from running around non-stop that I came down with a fever and had to spend a whole weekend in bed. That forced rest made me realize how much I'd neglected myself. The Stoics talk about living in harmony with our nature, and part of that is recognizing when we need rest and solitude to recharge. So I started blocking out time on my calendar for self-care. It could be as simple as an hour to read a book, go for a walk, or even just sit quietly with a cup of tea. At first, I felt guilty. I'd think, what if someone needs me during this time? But I knew I had to protect it. When a friend called during one of my designated self-care hours, I simply said, "I'm not available right now. Can we catch up later?" It felt strange at first, but also incredibly empowering. Scheduling time for myself has become a non-negotiable part of my life. It's not about being unavailable to others. It's about being fully present when I do show up. By guarding this time fiercely, I've become more grounded, energized, and able to help others from a place of abundance rather than depletion. Now, self-care isn't a luxury. It's an essential part of my routine, and I'm all the better for it. Set clear boundaries. Identifying and dealing with energy vampires was one of the hardest but most necessary changes I had to make. We all know those people who leave us feeling exhausted after every interaction, right? For me, it was a former co-worker who would constantly vent about her problems but never seemed interested in solving them. Every conversation drained me, and I realized I was becoming a sounding board for someone who had no intention of changing or reciprocating support. Setting boundaries felt uncomfortable at first. I didn't want to come across as rude or unkind, but the Stoics emphasize that our well-being is our responsibility, and I had to take that to heart. I began to limit my interactions with this co-worker, gently steering conversations away from negativity or cutting them short when they became too draining. I'd say, "I'm really sorry you're dealing with that, but I need to focus on some work right now." It wasn't easy, and I felt guilty for a while, but over time, I noticed how much lighter I felt when I prioritized my mental energy. It's not just about avoiding draining people, but also about nurturing relationships that uplift and inspire me. I've learned to protect my time and energy fiercely. If someone's presence consistently leaves me feeling worse, I limit my interactions or, in some cases, walk away entirely. It's about valuing my own well-being as much as I value others. And by doing so, I've made space for people who bring joy, wisdom, and balance into my life. Setting boundaries doesn't make me less kind, it makes me healthier and stronger, which ultimately allows me to give more authentically. Being kind is one of life's greatest virtues, but when taken to the extreme, it can backfire. The Stoic philosophy reminds us that everything should be done in moderation, including generosity. By setting boundaries, being intentional about where we direct our energy, and remembering to take care of ourselves, we can continue to be kind without feeling used, stressed, or depleted. It's all about finding that sweet spot, the balance between giving to others and honoring our own needs. Remember, you deserve the same kindness you show to everyone else, and sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do is to respect your own well-being. Thank you for joining me on this journey of self-discovery and balance. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe for more wisdom rooted in Stoic principles. Your support helps this channel grow, and I'm so grateful to have you here.
15 Stoic lessons to handle disrespect in the modern world. 1. Respect others. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to maintain their composure no matter how they're treated? Imagine you're at work and a colleague makes a snide comment about your recent project. Instead of firing back or sulking, you respond with calm and respect. This reaction not only diffuses the situation, but also reflects your inner strength and self-control. Respecting others, even when they don't respect you, is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Epictetus, a renowned Stoic philosopher, emphasized that we are born not just for ourselves, but for the collective good of others. By treating others with respect, we foster an environment of mutual respect and understanding, which is fundamental to happiness and success in both personal and professional relationships. For instance, think of a time when you witnessed someone responding gracefully to disrespect. Perhaps it was a customer service representative handling an irate customer with patience and empathy. This ability to stay composed and respectful, regardless of the other person's behavior, often transforms the interaction and leaves a lasting positive impression. Respect is not just a reaction, but a proactive choice that defines our character and influences our interactions. It lays the groundwork for harmonious relationships and sets a powerful example for others to follow. In a world where disrespect can easily breed more disrespect, choosing to respect others is a radical, transformative act. 2. Set boundaries. Imagine you're constantly bombarded by unnecessary demands from your colleagues or friends. Your phone buzzes with requests at all hours. Your personal space is invaded, and your time is no longer your own. How do you reclaim control of your life without alienating those around you? Setting boundaries is essential for protecting your space, privacy, time, and energy. Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of not losing precious time to trivial matters. By clearly defining what you're willing to accept and what you're not, you assert your right to a balanced and respectful life. Consider the story of Emma, a successful project manager who found herself overwhelmed by constant interruptions and unrealistic demands. She decided to set firm boundaries by creating specific "do not disturb" hours during her day, and politely but firmly declining tasks that were not part of her job description. Emma's productivity soared, and she noticed a newfound respect from her colleagues, who began to appreciate her time and contributions more. Boundaries are not about building walls, but about creating healthy limits that allow you to thrive. They help you protect your mental and emotional well-being while maintaining positive relationships. When you set boundaries, you communicate your values and priorities, making it clear that you respect yourself and expect the same from others. In a world that often demands more than we can give, setting boundaries is an act of self-respect and self-care. It enables you to focus on what truly matters and ensures that your energy is invested in meaningful and fulfilling activities. 3. Learn from it. Imagine you're faced with a co-worker who constantly undermines your efforts, dismisses your ideas, and speaks to you condescendingly. It's frustrating and demoralizing, but what if you could turn this experience into a catalyst for personal growth? Stoic philosopher Epictetus believed that difficulties, including disrespect, reveal a person's true nature. Instead of viewing disrespect as a mere annoyance, see it as a valuable opportunity to learn about yourself and others. How you react to disrespect can teach you about your own strengths, weaknesses, and areas for improvement. Take the example of James, a junior executive frequently belittled by a senior manager. Instead of letting the disrespect crush his spirit, James decided to use the experience as a learning opportunity. He observed the manager's behavior, reflected on why it affected him so deeply, and sought feedback from trusted colleagues. Through this process, James developed greater self-awareness and resilience. He learned to remain calm and composed, and over time he gained the respect of his peers and even his harshest critic. Disrespect can serve as a mirror, reflecting our insecurities and areas where we need to grow. By embracing these moments as lessons, we can build emotional intelligence and inner strength. Every instance of disrespect is a chance to practice patience, improve our communication skills, and strengthen our resolve. In essence, disrespect can be transformed into a powerful tool for personal development. By approaching it with a mindset of learning and growth, you can turn negative experiences into stepping stones toward a more resilient and self-aware version of yourself. 4. Focus on what you can control. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the actions of others, frustrated by disrespectful behavior that seems beyond your control? Picture yourself stuck in a traffic jam, late for an important meeting, and a fellow driver cuts you off, making an already stressful situation worse. You can't control their behavior, but you can control how you respond to it. The Stoics taught that true power lies in focusing on what you can control and accepting what you cannot. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most famous Stoic philosophers, often reminded himself that while he couldn't control the actions of others, he could control his own responses. This principle is crucial when dealing with disrespect. Consider Sarah, a teacher who faces disrespect from a difficult student. Instead of letting the student's behavior derail her day, she focuses on her own actions and attitude. She remains calm, models respectful behavior, and applies consistent consequences. By controlling her response, Sarah maintains her authority and creates a positive classroom environment, eventually influencing the student's behavior. When faced with disrespect, you have the choice to either react impulsively or respond thoughtfully. By focusing on what you can control, your thoughts, emotions, and actions, you regain your power and maintain your inner peace. This approach not only preserves your dignity, but also often disarms the disrespectful person, showing that their behavior has no power over you. In the grand scheme of things, focusing on what you can control allows you to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. It shifts your perspective from being a victim of circumstance to being the master of your own fate, empowering you to handle disrespect with wisdom and composure. She's changed to CQ5. Maintain a sense of humor. Imagine you're in a heated discussion and someone makes a cutting remark aimed at you. The tension in the room is palpable and everyone waits for your reaction. Instead of getting angry or defensive, you smile and make a light-hearted joke that diffuses the situation. The room relaxes and the conversation moves on without escalating. Humor can be a powerful tool in the face of disrespect. It lightens the mood, reduces the emotional impact, and can even turn a hostile interaction into a more positive one. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, appreciated the value of humor in dealing with life's challenges. He believed that laughter could help us cope with adversity and maintain our mental equilibrium. Consider the story of Tom, a sales manager who often dealt with difficult clients. One particularly challenging client would constantly criticize and belittle him. Instead of getting upset, Tom used humor to navigate these interactions. When the client made a disparaging comment about a sales pitch, Tom responded with a witty remark that acknowledged the criticism without taking it personally. This approach not only helped Tom stay calm, but also gradually won the client over, transforming a hostile relationship into a more collaborative one. Maintaining a sense of humor doesn't mean making light of serious issues or disrespectful behavior. Rather, it's about finding a way to navigate difficult situations without letting them affect your inner peace. Humor can be a shield, protecting you from the sting of disrespect and allowing you to respond with grace and poise. Incorporating humor into your responses can make you more resilient and help you maintain a positive outlook. It can transform potentially negative encounters into opportunities for connection and understanding, showing that you're above the fray and in control of your reactions. 6. Respond with reason. Imagine you're in a heated debate with someone who starts hurling insults instead of addressing the actual issues. It's tempting to respond in kind. But what if you chose a different path, one of logic and reason? Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, believed that the best revenge is to not be like those who disrespect you. By staying rational and calm, you uphold your dignity and set a powerful example. Consider the story of Lisa, a community leader often faced with baseless accusations and personal attacks at public meetings. Instead of reacting emotionally, Lisa always responded with clear, reasoned arguments and factual information. Her composed demeanor and logical responses not only diffused tension, but also earned her the respect and trust of the community. Over time, those who initially disrespected her found it hard to continue their baseless attacks in the face of her unwavering rationality. Disrespect is often rooted in irrationality, and meeting it with reason can disarm it. When you respond with facts and logic, you shift the conversation from emotional to intellectual. This approach not only protects you from being dragged into unproductive arguments, but also encourages others to reconsider their behavior. For instance, if a co-worker criticizes your work unfairly rather than getting defensive, calmly present the facts. Highlight your achievements and explain your reasoning. By focusing on the substance rather than the style of their criticism, you steer the conversation towards constructive dialogue and away from personal attacks. Responding with reason also helps you maintain your self-respect and composure. It shows that you are in control of your emotions and actions, regardless of how others behave. This not only enhances your personal credibility, but also fosters a culture of respect and professionalism around you. In essence, choosing reason over reaction is a powerful way to handle disrespect. It upholds your integrity, encourages positive interactions, and reinforces the idea that respect and rationality are the cornerstones of effective communication. 7. Consider the source. Imagine you're at a social gathering and someone you barely know makes a hurtful comment about your appearance. It stings. But before reacting, you pause to consider the source. Is this person known for their kindness and insight, or are they often critical and negative? Disrespect often stems from ignorance, bias, or personal issues, rather than an accurate assessment of your worth. Epictetus advised examining criticism carefully. If it's true, use it to improve yourself. If it's false, disregard it. Understanding where disrespect comes from can help you respond appropriately and maintain your self-esteem. To take the example of John, a writer who frequently received harsh reviews from a particular critic known for their abrasive style. Instead of letting these reviews undermine his confidence, John researched the critic and found that they often targeted new authors with overly harsh criticisms. Realizing this, John decided to focus on constructive feedback from other sources and use the negative reviews to strengthen his resolve, rather than doubt his abilities. When faced with disrespect, consider the motivations and background of the person delivering it. Are they projecting their insecurities onto you? Are they misinformed or simply having a bad day? Understanding the context can help you take the sting out of their words and prevent them from affecting your self-worth. For example, if a co-worker who is generally stressed and unhappy makes a snide comment about your work, recognize that their criticism likely reflects their own frustrations rather than the quality of your work. This perspective allows you to respond with empathy and maintain your confidence. Considering the source helps you filter out unnecessary negativity and focus on constructive feedback. It protects your mental and emotional well-being and reinforces your self-respect. By discerning the true nature of the disrespect, you can respond more effectively and maintain your inner peace. In summary, understanding the source of disrespect allows you to respond with clarity and composure. It helps you separate valuable insights from baseless negativity and reinforces your ability to handle challenging interactions with confidence and grace. 8. Respect yourself. Imagine you're giving a presentation at work and someone rudely interrupts you with an unfounded criticism. In that moment, it's crucial to remember that your self-respect and self-worth are not determined by others' opinions or actions. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, emphasized that the quality of your thoughts determines the quality of your life. Loving and trusting yourself is essential for maintaining your dignity in the face of disrespect. Take the story of Mary, a dedicated nurse who often faced criticism from a demanding supervisor. Instead of internalizing the negative comments, Mary focused on her dedication to her patients and her own belief in her abilities. She maintained her self-respect by reminding herself of the positive feedback she received from patients and colleagues. This self-assurance enabled her to handle her supervisor's disrespect calmly and assertively, without letting it affect her confidence or performance. Respecting yourself means recognizing your own worth and standing by your principles, regardless of how others treat you. It involves setting boundaries and not allowing others' disrespect to undermine your self-esteem. When you respect yourself, you send a clear message to others about how you expect to be treated. For instance, if a friend constantly belittles your achievements, it's important to assertively communicate that such behavior is unacceptable. By standing up for yourself, you reinforce your self-worth and ensure that your relationships are based on mutual respect. Self-respect also involves self-care and self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and consideration you would offer a close friend. When you make a mistake, learn from it and forgive yourself. This approach not only helps you recover from setbacks, but also strengthens your resilience against external negativity. In essence, self-respect is the foundation of a healthy and fulfilling life. It empowers you to navigate disrespect with grace and assertiveness, ensuring that your inner peace and self-worth remain intact. By valuing yourself, you create a positive ripple effect that influences how others perceive and treat you. En deze sinds dus te design. Personals weke diks, se versbij ze sede te keisho, TTT, dat desete. The change. Imagine your part of team when negativity disrespect to come instead of being dragged down by this toxic environment. You're suddenly change you want to see. Marcus Aurelius urges to embody the virtue of admire, but a proactive. This is sees dittishutas disdano, to turn to positive. And a role model for others, you can transform the atmosphere around you. Consider the example of Alex, a project manager in a high-pressure work environment filled with stress and blame shifting. Rather than succumbing to the negativity, Alex made a conscious effort to promote respect and positivity. He started by actively listening to his team members, offering constructive feedback and recognizing their achievements. His consistent behavior gradually influenced others, fostering a more supportive and respectful team culture. Being the change means taking responsibility for your actions and leading by example. It's about demonstrating the behaviors you wish to see in others. When faced with disrespect, respond with kindness and integrity. Show that it is possible to maintain dignity and respect even in challenging situations. For instance, if a colleague frequently interrupts others during meetings, take the initiative to create a more respectful dialogue. Politely address the behavior, emphasizing the importance of allowing everyone to contribute. By doing so, you set a standard for respectful communication and encourage others to follow suit. This approach not only improves your immediate environment, but also inspires others to adopt similar behaviors. Your actions can create a ripple effect, promoting a culture of respect and positivity that extends beyond your immediate interactions. Being the change requires courage and consistency, but the impact can be profound. It allows you to take control of your environment, foster better relationships, and contribute to a more respectful and positive community. In essence, embodying the virtues you admire helps you handle disrespect with grace and transforms the world around you. 10. Surround yourself with positive influences. Imagine you're surrounded by a group of friends who constantly put you down, or colleagues who are perpetually negative. This environment can be draining and can hinder your personal growth. However, By choosing to surround yourself with positive influences, you can cultivate a supportive and uplifting network. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, believed in the importance of good company for personal growth. Being around people who respect and support you reinforces positive behavior and helps you build a strong network of mutual respect. Take the example of Laura, a young professional who found herself in a toxic work environment where gossip and negativity were the norms. Realizing the detrimental impact this was having on her mental health, she decided to seek out colleagues who shared her values of respect and positivity. She joined professional groups and attended networking events to connect with like-minded individuals. This shift in her social circle not only improved her work experience, but also inspired her to strive for greater personal and professional growth. Surrounding yourself with positive influence means actively choosing relationships that uplift and encourage you. It involves seeking out people who inspire you, challenge you to be better, and support your goals. These relationships provide a buffer against negativity and disrespect, giving you the strength and confidence to handle difficult situations with grace. For instance, if you're part of a sports team where teammates are constantly supportive and encouraging, you'll likely feel more motivated and resilient. This positive environment can significantly enhance your performance and overall well-being. Moreover, being part of a positive network allows you to learn and grow. You can exchange ideas, seek advice, and receive constructive feedback from those who genuinely have your best interests at heart. This mutual support fosters a sense of community and belonging, making it easier to navigate life's challenges. In summary, surrounding yourself with positive influences is a powerful strategy for handling disrespect and fostering personal growth. It helps you maintain a positive outlook, build resilience, and create a supportive network that uplifts you in all aspects of life. 11. Practice patience. Imagine you're standing in a long line at the grocery store, and the person ahead of you is taking an inordinate amount of time. You feel your frustration rising, but instead of letting it consume you, you take a deep breath and remind yourself to be patient. Patience is a key Stoic virtue, and it helps you remain calm and composed in the face of disrespect or inconvenience. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic philosopher, believed that no great thing is created suddenly. This applies not only to achievements but also to the cultivation of patience. Disrespect can test your patience, but maintaining it allows you to handle situations more effectively and with greater dignity. Consider the story of David, a customer service representative who often dealt with irate customers. Instead of reacting to their anger, David practiced patience. He listened to their complaints without interrupting, acknowledged their frustrations, and responded calmly and helpfully. Over time, he found that his patience not only diffused many tense situations, but also earned him respect and appreciation from even the most difficult customers. Practicing patience involves several key elements. A. Self-awareness. Recognize your triggers and understand why certain situations test your patience. B. Mindfulness. Stay present and focused on the moment rather than letting your mind race with frustration or anger. C. Empathy. Try to see the situation from the other person's perspective, which can help you respond with understanding rather than irritation. For example, if a colleague habitually interrupts you during meetings, instead of snapping back, practice patience. Politely ask them to let you finish speaking and explain how their interruptions affect the flow of the discussion. This calm and patient approach is more likely to result in a positive change in behavior. Incorporating patience into your daily life helps you stay calm under pressure and respond to disrespect with poise. It allows you to maintain your composure and integrity, even in challenging situations. Over time, this practice not only enhances your personal growth, but also improves your interactions with others, fostering a more respectful and harmonious environment. Ultimately, patience is a powerful tool in the Stoics' toolkit, enabling you to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. It helps you handle disrespect in a way that preserves your inner peace and promotes positive outcomes. 12. Don't take it personally. Imagine you're at a family gathering and a relative makes a snide remark about your career choice. It stings, but instead of letting it ruin your evening, you remind yourself that their comment says more about them than it does about you. Disrespect often reflects the other person's flaws and insecurities, not your worth. Marcus Aurelius, a revered Stoic philosopher, often reminded himself that people's opinions are a reflection of their own perspectives and not an absolute truth about oneself. It's crucial to maintain your self-worth by recognizing that disrespect is more about them than you. Consider the story of Anita, a talented graphic designer who frequently encountered dismissive remarks from a competitive colleague. Instead of internalizing these comments, Anita chose to focus on her achievements and the positive feedback she received from clients and other colleagues. She understood that her colleagues' negativity was driven by their own insecurities and competition rather than a true assessment of her work. This perspective allowed her to maintain her confidence and continue excelling in her role. Not taking things personally involves a shift in perspective. A. Understand the source. Recognize that disrespectful comments often come from a place of insecurity, ignorance, or personal issues within the other person. C. Maintain your self-worth. Focus on your own achievements and the opinions of those who respect and value you. C. Choose your response. Decide how much weight to give to the comment and whether it's worth addressing or simply letting go. For instance, if a friend makes a hurtful comment about your appearance, instead of feeling insulted, remind yourself that their opinion doesn't define you. You know your own value, and one negative comment doesn't change that. By not taking it personally, you preserve your self-esteem and avoid unnecessary conflict. Adopting this mindset helps you navigate disrespect with resilience and dignity. It allows you to separate your self-worth from others' opinions, leading to a healthier and more balanced emotional state. When you don't take things personally, you're less likely to react defensively and more likely to respond thoughtfully, maintaining your inner peace and self-respect. In summary, recognizing that disrespect often reflects the other person's issues rather than your own worth empowers you to handle negative interactions gracefully. This perspective helps you maintain your self-esteem and focus on what truly matters, your own growth and happiness. 13. Forgive and forget. Imagine you're holding on to a grudge against someone who disrespected you months ago. Every time you think about it, you feel a surge of anger and resentment. What if you could free yourself from this emotional burden by choosing to forgive and forget? Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, suggested that delaying anger is the greatest remedy for it. Forgiveness is a powerful tool that benefits your mental, emotional, and physical health. Holding grudges harms you more than the person who disrespected you, creating unnecessary stress and negativity in your life. Consider the story of Alan, a business owner who was betrayed by a trusted partner. Alan was devastated and angry, but he realized that holding on to this anger was consuming his energy and affecting his business. He decided to forgive his former partner, not because the betrayal was acceptable, but because he wanted to free himself from the grip of bitterness. This decision allowed Alan to focus on rebuilding his business and moving forward with a clearer mind and lighter heart. Forgiveness involves several important steps. A. Acknowledge your feelings. Recognize and accept your emotions instead of suppressing them. B. Understand the impact. Reflect on how holding on to anger and resentment is affecting your well-being. C. Make a conscious decision. Choose to forgive, understanding that it's a gift you give yourself, not necessarily the other person. For instance, if a friend betrayed your trust, forgiving them doesn't mean you forget what happened or ignore the lesson learned. It means you release the hold that the negative emotions have on you. You might choose to distance yourself from that person, but you do so without carrying the emotional baggage. Forgiveness is not about excusing the disrespectful behavior, but about freeing yourself from the cycle of negativity. It's an act of self-compassion that allows you to move on and focus on more positive aspects of your life. This mindset aligns with Stoic principles, helping you maintain your inner peace and resilience. In essence, forgiveness is a transformative practice that helps you let go of past hurts and focus on your present and future well-being. It empowers you to handle disrespect with grace and wisdom, fostering a more peaceful and fulfilling life. 14. Reflect and meditate. Imagine the end of a long, challenging day where you face several instances of disrespect. Instead of letting these experiences fester, you take a quiet moment to reflect and meditate. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher, practiced daily reflection to strengthen his understanding and resilience. This practice can help you process and handle disrespect more effectively. Consider the story of Claire, a busy executive who encountered disrespectful behavior from a colleague during a crucial meeting. That evening, she took time to reflect on the incident, analyzing her feelings and response. Through meditation, she found clarity and peace, which helped her approach future interactions with greater calm and confidence. Reflecting and meditating on your experiences involves finding quiet time. Set aside a few minutes each day to reflect on your experiences without distractions. B. Analyzing your reactions. Consider how you felt and responded to disrespect, and think about how you could handle similar situations better in the future. C. By practicing mindfulness, focus on the present moment, allowing yourself to let go of past grievances and future anxieties. For example, if you were disrespected by a customer, reflecting on the encounter can help you understand your emotional triggers and develop strategies to remain calm in future interactions. Meditation can further help you release negative emotions and cultivate a sense of inner peace. Regular reflection and meditation not only enhance your ability to handle disrespect, but also contribute to overall well-being. They allow you to process your experiences thoughtfully and respond to challenges with a balanced and composed mindset. 15. Choose your battles. Imagine you're at a social event and someone makes a mildly disrespectful remark. You could confront them, but you decide it's not worth your time or peace of mind. Not all disrespect is worth addressing. As Seneca said, the best revenge is to not be like your enemy. Choosing your battles means knowing when to engage and when to let go. Some conflicts are too trivial to spend your energy on, and addressing every slight can lead to unnecessary stress and distraction from more meaningful pursuits. Consider the example of Lisa, a dedicated teacher who occasionally receives sarcastic comments from a few students. Instead of reacting to every comment, Lisa chose to focus on building positive relationships with her students and addressing issues that truly impacted their learning environment. This selective approach allowed her to maintain her focus and effectiveness as a teacher. Choosing your battles involves A. Assessing the impact. Determine whether the disrespect significantly affects you or your goals. B. Weighing the consequences. Consider whether addressing the issue will lead to a positive outcome or unnecessary conflict. C. Preserving your peace. Focus on what truly matters and let go of minor irritations. For instance, if a colleague makes an offhand remark that doesn't significantly affect your work or relationships, it might be better to ignore it and move on. By conserving your energy for more important issues, you maintain your focus and inner peace. Choosing your battles is a strategic approach that helps you navigate life's challenges with wisdom and efficiency. It ensures that you invest your time and energy in meaningful pursuits rather than getting bogged down by trivial conflicts. Conclusion. Stay strong, stay calm, stay stoic. By incorporating these 15 stoic lessons into your life, you can handle disrespect in a way that is healthy, rational, and dignified. These principles not only help you manage disrespect, but also improve your relationships and personal growth. Embracing these stoic principles will help you stay strong, stay calm, and stay stoic in the face of disrespect, leading to a more fulfilling and resilient life.